Welcome back, magical listeners, to the final chapters of Make a Wish by Rorschach's Blot, here at Grimoire Audiobooks. It's been a wild ride, and now we've reached the grand finale. With Harry's wish nearing its peak, the fate of the wizarding world hangs in the balance. Will the consequences of his actions be too much to bear, or will Harry find a way to undo the damage before it's too late? Let's find out in Part 5. Disclaimer. Before we jump in, remember, this fanfiction is a transformative work based on J.K. Rowling's Harry Potter series. All original characters, settings, and trademarks belong to their respective owners. This reading is purely for entertainment, and no copyright infringement is intended. Make a Wish by Rorschach's Blot is a thrilling dive into the consequences of magic and the power of a single decision. Throughout this series, we've watched Harry grapple with the far-reaching effects of his wish, and in this final chapter, everything comes to a head. What makes this fanfiction stand out is how it challenges the very nature of destiny, free will, and the ethical boundaries of magic. The wizarding world continues to expand. Following the announcement of a Harry Potter series adaptation for HBO Max, this fanfiction offers a fresh take on the magical universe, asking what-if scenarios that make us question everything we thought we knew about the wizarding world. Rorschach's Blot is renowned for crafting complex, thought-provoking narratives. Known for their ability to blend deep character studies with high-stakes drama, the author has a knack for exploring the moral gray areas that often go unnoticed in the original canon. Make a Wish is a prime example of their ability to tug at your heartstrings while leaving you questioning the very nature of magic and its consequences. So, settle in, grab your wands, and let's dive into the conclusion of Make a Wish by Rorschach's Blot. If you've been enjoying this journey, don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell. This is one finale you won't want to miss. Make a Wish by Rorschach's Blot. 41. The end is near. Thank you everyone for coming. Dumbledore's gaze swept the room. Kingsley, why don't you start? Yesterday morning, two Aurors working on a tip from one of their informants found the body of Antonin Dolohov. It appears that the killer found him taking his bath. The killer approached and grabbed one of the victim's feet, pulling it out of the tub, which caused the victim's head to go underwater. The killer then placed his foot on the victim's chest to prevent the victim from raising his head to breath. Why are you placing so much importance on this one crime? Dolohov was killed without using any magic. Kingsley licked his lips. And there is only one person in England that I know of that has a motive to kill him and a restriction on using his magic. You can't suggest that Harry could have something to do with this? Molly shrieked. Anyone could have done it. And if you're going to point the finger at Harry, then why not Ron or Hermione? They don't have the same killer instinct that Harry does. Kingsley smirked. How dare you say that Harry is a murderer? Molly's eyes flashed as she began to show signs of eruption. I won't have you. I'm not. Kingsley fought hard to keep calm. What I'm doing is telling you the conclusion that's being pushed by the minister's office. They say that of all the possible suspects, the only ones that have reason to be reluctant to use magic are the children, and of all the children, Potter is the only one that has what it takes to calmly walk into a room and kill a man, and then calmly walk out. They've also pointed out that Harry is missing, and thus without an alibi. It appears that Cornelius was not being as honest as I had hoped when he promised his support. Dumbledore shook his head sadly. He's on his way out. Moody leered. If he thinks something so pathetic will even go to trial. Explain, Dumbledore commanded. Tonks. Moody turned to his subordinate. Why don't you tell them what you told me earlier today? Hermione and I were ambushed by a group of Death Eaters. Tonks began. They had cornered us in an alley, and it was looking grim. It was at that point that a small man who identified himself as the professor asked if we needed assistance. He then took us through an unknown magical transport device that he called a portable hole. We watched from a distance as a man that said was Mr. Black killed the Death Eaters. All told, I'd say the fight was over in about 3 seconds. Dung, Moody commanded. It was common knowledge that there was an Auror team in the area. The filthy man said nervously. They ordered food and the delivery people are in the pay of some people who passed the information on. There you have it. Moody's leer deepened. Black was in the area, and it is very possible that he was aware of the Auror team. In fact, it's very likely that he chose to strike because of the Auror team. No sense wasting a training opportunity after all. You're right. Dumbledore gave a slow nod. All Harry would have to do is mention the fact that Mr. Black was in the area, and the case would be thrown out of court. But you're sure it wasn't Harry? Boy has potential, Moody said with a grin, but he's not up to this level. It'd take years to get to the point where he could sneak up on an inner circle Death Eater and snuff him in such a professional manner. Thank you. Dumbledore closed his eyes. That is all that I wish to hear. Does anyone else have anything to report? Harry called Ron earlier today, Molly volunteered. Ron says that they just talked about the cannons. After that I flooded Hermione and she told me that Harry said that he's been eating enough and that he's been studying and that he's happy. Did he say if he was planning to come back to school? Minerva was worried about the possibility of losing another of her favorite students. Hermione said that she made him promise to return, Molly said fondly. And Ron mentioned that Harry said that he'd see him on the express. I'm very glad to hear that. Dumbledore re-entered the conversation, and I'd like to ask all of you not to press Harry about what he did this summer. He'll tell us in his own time. At the moment, all that matters is that he is safe and planning to return. Minister, Bones spoke up as she entered the man's office. I need to speak with you about this plan of yours to frame the Potter boy again. How dare you suggest that I would do something like that? The minister's voice was outraged. I'll have your job for this. And I'll have your head for doing something so stupid. Bones sneered. Do you have any idea of what you've done? Potter could have done it, the minister pointed out. Who else had the motive and the restriction on using magic? Plus, according to the papers, the boy's infatuated with that muggle-born girl that was injured by one of the dead man's spells in the Department of Mysteries. Do you have any idea of what happened today besides that murder? Amelia was incredulous. Mr. Black incapacitated and removed some Dementors in Diagon Alley. You're trying to frame Harry Potter for a crime that was committed by Mr. Black. Don't you think that might annoy him? Don't you know what happens to people that annoy Mr. Black? It was all my assistant's idea, Fudge stammered. I'll have him fired for this. Do you think I'm stupid enough to fall for that? Bones asked with a raised eyebrow. I was hoping, Fudge replied with surprising candor. Back me up on this one, and you can have anything you desire. Money, power, anything. You can't honestly think that you can bribe me? Bones started chuckling. If I can't bribe you, then I'll have you arrested, Fudge said confidently. You think my own people would arrest me on your say-so? Amelia shook her head. Minister, I'm going to have to ask you to resign. And why should I do that? Because if you don't, then I'm going to have to place you under arrest for endangering every man, woman, and child in the United Kingdom. I think we both know what happens to people that anger Mr. Black. I shudder to think what might happen to the country if we don't get rid of you. What? Fudge paled. You've got to protect me. I'm giving you one more chance to resign before I place you under arrest. We've already determined that you are the only one behind this latest plot to frame Harry Potter. Don't make this harder on yourself than it has to be. Bones pulled out her wand. So, what's it going to be, Fudge? Get out of my office, Fudge screamed. Just get out. Minister, Amelia said with a grin. I'm placing you under arrest for reckless endangerment and massive corruption. But I can't go to prison, Fudge whined. They use guys like me for currency in there. No, they use guys like you as, well, yeah, currency. Bones shrugged. On the other hand, Black might kill you. What if I'm out of the government? Fudge asked hopefully. Do you think he'd leave me alone? Stranger things have happened. Amelia made a mental note to buy a pensive to record this conversation. Why can't you protect me from him? Fudge stammered. I order you to protect me after I resign. After you resign, then we'll have no reason to protect you. Amelia reminded the minister. So then maybe Mr. Black will have no reason to kill me, Fudge said quickly. Of course, I can resign and be safe, and then I can become a high-price consultant to the government. Or you can go to prison in 3 seconds if you don't come to a decision, Amelia said impatiently. I'll resign. Fudge threw up his hands. I'll do what you want. I thought you might see reason. Amelia pointed at the door. We'll have someone pack your things and send them over. There are 2 Ors waiting outside to escort you out of the building. This isn't over, Fudge promised on his way out of the room. Harry and his friends woke early the next morning and had a meeting over breakfast to discuss what was going to happen next. So, why are we going to Sweden? The professor asked with an odd look on his face. Broom race, Harry answered. I've wanted to compete since I read about it. Isn't it the one that ends with fewer people that it starts with? Henchgirl asked in a worried tone of voice. It goes through a dragon sanctuary, Harry shrugged. Oh, have fun then, the professor nodded, and try not to get killed. Yeah, Henchgirl agreed. That would be bad. I'll be all right, Harry said with a grin. Not to brag, but I'm probably one of the better broom riders in England and the best in Hogwarts. With any luck, I'll do okay. I'm just happy to have a chance to try it. Do you have a broom to use? The professor asked quickly. I was planning to use the one that I got from the mechanic in Australia. Why? Because I think that this might be the best time to tell you about our latest inventions, the professor revealed. And the first one is an improved broom, Henchgirl added. The mechanic has decided that he would rather not leave the outback, but he has agreed to work with us. Together we've managed to improve on his older design. Henchgirl, bring it out. Here it is. Henchgirl pulled a large metal pole out from under the table. It's faster, more maneuverable, and it has numerous comfort and heating charms. Why doesn't it have bristles? Harry examined the pole carefully. Because it doesn't need bristles, the professor explained. Add some before the race, Harry smirked. Why would we add them? Henchgirl scratched her chin. It's more efficient without them. There will be representatives from several of the broom companies at the race. Harry grinned, and some of the racers will be sponsored by the broom companies. And you do not wish them to steal our design, the professor understood. Brilliant. I try, Harry said modestly. What else have you got? This coat, Henchgirl replied as she pulled out a large coat. You mentioned that you needed an improved invisibility cloak, and we've managed to make one. Try it on. Okay, Harry put the coat on. Nothing is happening. That is one of the improvements, the professor explained. It will change itself to match your outfit. Great. Harry grinned. What else? It has a modified version of the Fidelius charm that has a parasitic effect on your magical reserves, Henchgirl explained. When you activate it, you disappear and cannot be detected by any known magical effects or abilities. You're not actually invisible, the professor added. You just can't be seen or detected by any magical or technological effect. Great. Harry put his new coat on. I'm really impressed by this. We're not finished yet, the professor said quickly. We haven't told you what it's made out of. What's it made out of? Harry played along. Remember those Dementas you shot chocolate at? Henchgirl asked innocently. Well, we found a use for the cloaks. And some thestral hair we found laying around. The professor nodded, not to mention the... Wait, Harry interrupted. Thestrals have hair? Yes, they do, the professor replied. As I was saying, it also has Thibaut hair, acromantula silk, merletap, that thing that grows out of its back. Some hairs from the Nundu, Henchgirl added. Pogreben skin, quintaped hair, a red cap's cap, Vila hair. And we might have used a lethifol to make some of it. The professor added quickly. We made the buttons out of dragon teeth. Wow. Harry's voice was a bit shrill. Why did you use so many things, and where the hell did you get all that? We wanted to see if we could do it. It was incredibly difficult to make everything work together. the professor replied. And since Hench Girl had most of it just lying around her potions lab, I've been piecing a lot of this together while we were traveling, Hench Girl answered quickly before Harry could turn to her. You'd be surprised at how lucky I was. Every time I walked into a store, it seemed they were having a sale on something. Several times they gave me these things for free as part of or as a prize. Oh, really? Harry sighed. I'll tell you about that later. How are you able to get it all made so quickly? The tailor and leather worker, that husband and wife team that we picked up in India that decided to stay on the island. I know who they are, Harry nodded. They helped us make it, the professor finished. They were very skilled. Thank you. Does the fact that you used all these strange things to make it give it any more power? Oh yes. In the coat's natural form it has a similar effect to being around a Dementor. People will feel cold and a bit hopeless. We believe that the last part might be from one of the other ingredients. The professor shuddered. It is also very spell-resistant. We're not exactly sure about all the powers. Do be a good sport and tell us about them when you discover them. Sure thing, Harry agreed. So, should we get down to the ground so I can register for the race, and so that you two can find good spots? Okay, the professor said. Yeah, Hench Girl agreed. The three friends ported down and reappeared in front of the sign and table for what was probably the most dangerous race in the wizarding world, and the only race that went through a dragon preserve. Here for the race? The official behind the counter asked in a neutral tone of voice. Yes, Harry replied. Contestant or observer? Contestant, Harry answered. All right, the man pulled out a stack of forms. Fill out these forms and seal them in this envelope. Don't you want to know my name? Harry glanced over the forms. No. The official shook his head. It's easier if I don't know your names. If you die, that form will be sent to your next of kin along with a letter of condolence. What if I win? If you win, then the guy on stage will ask your name before he hands you the trophy, the man said slowly. Here's your number. Good luck. 13? Harry blinked. Well, I guess I'll have to make my own luck. Have fun, the professor called out. We'll see you at the end, Hench Girl added. Harry walked over to join the group of contestants and soon found himself talking to another man. So, what's your strategy? The man asked quickly. I'm just going to fly. Harry shrugged. You? I'm going to fly in the middle, the man answered quickly. I've seen this race before. The dragons eat the first few people and then fly up to pick off the stragglers. The middle, that's my place. I'm going to survive this thing, just you watch. That's nice. I just have to go over here not. Harry walked away from the strange man. Hello, a woman wearing a shirt emblazoned with the Nimbus logo walked up to Harry. Are you here with one of the companies? Not really. Harry chewed his lip. I suppose I could be if I wanted though. Oh. The woman seemed to be confused by Harry's answer. I'm here with Nimbus, finest brooms on the market. What are you using? Something a few of my friends cobbled together, Harry replied. I used to use a 2000. I loved that broom till it suffered some misfortune. If you liked the 2000, then you'll love our newest model. The woman gestured towards her broom. It has all the things you loved about our old brooms and a few things we've added for this new season. Listen to my acceptance speech, and I'll tell all about it. Acceptance speech? Harry asked dumbly. I'm gonna win this thing. The girl smiled. Just you watch. Racers to your marks. The announcer's call interrupted Harry's reply. Good luck, Harry spoke as they both ran towards the starting line. On your marks, get set, go, the announcer shouted. Harry kicked off and immediately speeded to the front of the pack. Risking a quick look to his rear, Harry's eyes bulged. There were a dozen dragons gaining on him, and one was taking a deep breath in preparation to roast the boy who lived. Dodging to the left, Harry avoided the jet of flame, and a dodge to the right avoided the next. Harry risked another look back and winced when he noticed that several more dragons had joined the chase. I must be pulling every damn dragon in the area. Harry cursed himself. A jet of flame ruined Harry's muttering. This one's so close that it singed the several hairs and ruined several of the twigs that the professor had duct taped to the end of his new broom. Taking a deep breath, Harry jerked the front of the broom and shot up towards the sun, hoping that the dragons would loose him in the glare. That didn't work. Harry rolled to one side to avoid the nearest dragon's lunge. Let's try the other way. Without missing a beat, Harry threw his broom into a steep dive and shot towards the ground. Closer and closer, he came to certain death till at the last minute, Harry pulled out and shot towards the finish line 1 meter above the ground. Risking one last glance over his shoulder, Harry watched in amazement as several of the dragons plowed into the ground and as several more crashed into each other in their attempts to avoid the fate suffered by the other dragons. Damn, Harry said in astonishment as he crossed the finish line and into glory. That's not something you see every day. The crowd went wild when Harry stepped off his broom, and he was quickly surrounded by several event organizers and well-wishers. Congratulations, one of the officials shouted to drown out the din of the crowd. Thanks, Harry shouted back. Come this way so that we can award you the trophy for first place and the others for surviving, the man added, gesturing towards a large raised platform. Harry and the other contestants gathered on the stage to receive their awards. Ladies and gentlemen, an elderly man stood behind the podium and addressed the crowd. We have witnessed something special tonight. Never before in the history of this race have we had so few fatalities. The cause for this is our newest winner, the man who attracted the attention of nearly every dragon in the area and then incapacitated with a textbook perfect Ronsky defensive feint, another first in this competition. Come over here, sir, and accept your award. Thank you. Harry accepted that large trophy. Are you representing any company? The old man asked, or are you here on your own? I suppose that you could say that I'm here with black ink. Harry's words stunned the crowd. And your name, sir? The old man asked slowly. The crowd froze to hear Harry's reply. Oh, sorry about that. My name... Harry looked over the crowd. Is Mr. Black? Mr. Black. The old man stammered. Yep, Mr. Black, Harry agreed. Do you need me for anything else, or can I be going? You can go. The old man licked his lips. Thank you for honoring this event with your presence. I've been wanting to come for a while now, Harry said with a grin. But I haven't been able to get here for a while. Have a good day. Harry hopped off the podium and to his two friends. Shall we be going then? I don't have anything that I need to do here, the professor nodded. Hench girl? Nope. Hench girl shook her head. Let's go. The three friends appeared back on the Zeppelin and Hench girl immediately grabbed Harry's hand and pulled him aside. Yes. Harry asked. It won't take long, Hench girl assured her friend. We've got more things to show you, but that can wait till later. I was wondering, would you like to be stronger? I suppose that could be useful. Yeah, Hench girl replied. But it'll be kinda gross. What did you have in mind? Harry asked with a raised eyebrow. I picked up some Riem blood while we were traveling through the Far East. Hench girl bit her lower lip. As you may know, drinking it will give you great strength. What's the catch? Riem blood is extremely rare. I was lucky to get the amount that I did. Until recently I've been using it for some of my experiments with the doctor. Hench girl took a deep breath. We've determined that we have a surplus and that we can continue our experiments and still give some of it to you. Great, Harry nodded. What's the catch? We don't know how it will affect you, Hench girl replied. The doctor says that she thinks that it will do one of two things. It will either make you even stronger than you became when you became part werewolf and part vampire. Or it won't do much to you, Hench girl answered. Neither of us thinks that it will harm you in any way. Okay, Harry nodded. I'll try it. Swallow this first. Hench Girl handed Harry a small metallic orb. It'll make you scentless, and it will also help you control your new strength. Without it, there's the danger that you'd turn me to paste if you decided to hug me. How does it work? Harry grabbed the ball and swallowed it. It will break up into tiny pieces in your stomach. The tiny pieces will move to different places of your body and will do their thing in those areas. Hench Girl answered. Thanks. Harry took a deep breath. The blood? Here. Hench Girl handed over a small vial. It'd probably be best to just down the whole thing as fast as you can. Well, Harry removed the cork. Here we go. Harry closed his eyes and tipped the vial into his mouth, letting the blood drain down his throat. How was it? Hench Girl winced at the sight. Better than I expected. Harry's fangs elongated. It seems that my vampire part really liked it. My fangs have come out. They've never done that before. You go get some sleep, Hench Girl commanded. I'm gonna go for the doctor. Harry went back to the cabin and, remembering the shopkeeper's advice, paused before the mirror and deactivated the magical effect that concealed his face. Harry gasped in shock as he took in his new look. Where before his hair had been solid black, it was now peppered with bits of white, a side effect accepting the Yukiana's gift. His face was tan and lined. A few new scars appeared on his hands and arms, but the biggest difference was his eyes. Where before they had shined with life, now they were different. Harry gave up after several minutes of trying to figure out what made them different from before and decided to try out the Harry bracelet. Upon activating the bracelet, Harry shrunk an inch and paled a bit. His muscles lost the definition that he had built up over the summer, and his eyes began shining again. After a minute or two of examining himself, Harry removed the bracelet and went to his bed for a bit of well-deserved sleep. Death of a Fool by Laetus Lovegood. Former Minister Cornelius Fudge was found dead in his home of an apparent suicide. Investigators say that it appears the minister threw himself down his stairs several times and then chose to end it all by drinking 3 quarts of an acidic substance. Ex-Minister Fudge's most recent project was, as you may remember, attempting to frame Harry Potter for a crime that was probably committed by Mr. Black. This paper has very little to add, but we would like to note how odd it is that so many people that annoy the mysterious Mr. Black end up committing sway. 42. You can't go home again. Wake up, Harry, Hench Girl called out. You don't want to be late for school? How long have you been waiting to do that? Harry groaned. For the last 3 days, Hench Girl replied smugly. I always wondered why my mother seemed so cheerful when she did it. It's fun to rip someone from the arms of Morpheus and then throw them out into the cold, cruel world. The professor was right when he said you were an evil woman. Harry put on his new coat. So what's going on? We've got some other things to show you. Hench Girl grinned. Let's go. I'm coming, Harry agreed. Do you got any coffee? I've got a milkshake. Hench Girl shrugged, filled with lots of yummy vitamins and painkillers. Great. Why did you wake me up at 6 in the morning? Harry asked feebly. Because I couldn't wait to see the look on your face when you realized that I woke you up at 6 in the morning. It's better than I thought it would be. Hench Girl was bouncing up and down. Do it again. No. Harry stumbled towards the milkshake-laden table and down half a glass. So, what did you want to show me? This, the professor replied as he walked into the room. What's this? Harry sighed. It was going to be one of those conversations. This, the professor pulled a small trunk out of his pocket. Is a school trunk with a shrinking charm. Nothing special there. No. Harry shook his head. Aside from the shrinking self-charm and self-packing charm, this is a fairly standard trunk. The professor slid it across the table towards Harry. I picked it up in Diagon Alley. We added a few durability charms and as many security charms as we could think of. I included a list of words that you might want to put on it. So, why are you giving it to me? Harry asked with an odd expression on his face. Every student has a trunk. The professor shrugged. And it would look odd if you did not have one. Ah. Harry nodded in understanding. The interesting thing we developed, Henchgirl said with a massive grin, is a spell that will store your possessions in a sub-dimensional vault. This spell can be cast wandlessly and is very secure. How does it work? Harry was intrigued by the many uses of such a spell. It is related to the principles behind apparition and portkeys, Henchgirl explained. We've been researching it, and we have discovered that when you use many types of transportation magic, you get pulled into a space outside of our current reality, where you are in every place and no place all at the same time, and then pushed back into our normal reality when you reach your destination. What this does, the professor continued, is place your possessions outside of our current reality until such time as you chose to expend the energy to recall them, making everything undetectable and available at all times, Henchgirl finished proudly. The secure trunk is so you have a ready explanation of where you were storing things if you get asked. We've filled it with normal school supplies so that even if the security gets breached, then it will still hold up under a cursory inspection. That makes a lot of sense. Harry shook his head. You guys have been spending way too much time around me. We know, Henchgirl lamented. Would it be possible to put a portkey on the trunk? Harry mused, one that could be activated from a distance so that the trunk could be recovered. Some listening and detection charms could be useful too, the professor agreed. God, I'm getting too paranoid. Harry sighed. This was supposed to be a relaxing summer. Look on the bright side. Henchgirl tried to cheer Harry up. What bright side? Harry asked. I don't know, Henchgirl shrugged. It's just an expression. Harry's on the train, Ron greeted Hermione. I just heard. That's great. Hermione's smile turned into a frown. I can't wait to give him a piece of my mind for worrying me like that. Too bad, Ron frowned. I don't care that you're one of my best friends. I'm going to tell you what I told everyone else. Don't badger Harry about his summer, and don't yell at him. What? Hermione's eyes widened in shock. He left because he needed a break, and if people start yelling at him, he might leave again. Ron explained, he's my best friend Hermione. I worried that if he leaves again that maybe he won't come back. You're right. Hermione ignored Ron's look of shock. We'll let him tell us what happened when he's ready to, and not a moment sooner. You said I was right? Ron couldn't believe it. You were, Hermione sighed. Harry left because he needed a break from the stress in his life. The last thing he needs is me adding to it. You said I was right? Ron couldn't wrap his mind around the concept. Oh, grow up, Ron, Hermione snapped. There are more important things here. Like Harry. Ron nodded. Let's go find him, and not ask him any questions or scold him. I said you were right, Hermione huffed. You don't have to rub it in. I'm just worried that you might forget, Ron replied slowly. I won't forget, Hermione promised. Let's go. Hermione and Ron spent several minutes searching the train until they finally managed to find Harry reading alone in one of the compartments. Harry, Hermione screamed as she lunged at her friend and enveloped him in a hug. I'm so happy to see you. I'm happy to see you too, Hermione. Harry patted his friend on the back. You too, Ron? Hey, mate. Ron grinned. You hear about what happened with the defense position? Who got it? Harry asked quickly. It was almost Snape, Ron replied. He was enjoying this way too much, but they got someone better at the last minute. Who'd they get? You've heard of Mr. Black, right? Ron grinned. I know they didn't get Mr. Black to teach defense. Harry shook his head. So who is it? You're right. Ron gave a disappointed nod. It's not Mr. Black. It's one of the men that the Quibbler got to write all those books about Mr. Black's adventures. He was an Auror for 3 years, Hermione added. And a mid-level dueler. He was never quite good enough to go professional, but he was close. Sounds like a good professor, Harry agreed. Better than last year anyway. but I'm going to withhold judgment until after I see him teach. I was worried about getting another terrible professor also, Hermione admitted. Yeah, Ron agreed. They've all been gits sides Lupin. The fake Moody wasn't too bad, Harry mused. I probably learned the most useful stuff from him. Moody mostly taught about dark creatures, and I don't have to worry so much about them, I suppose. Hey, Harry, Neville knocked on the door frame. Mind if we join you? We? Harry raised an eyebrow. Some of us from the ministry, Neville replied quickly. Sure, come on in. Harry waved them in. We were wondering, Neville glanced back at the group, if you were going to be continuing the DA this year? I won't be continuing the DA, Harry said quickly. But I will be doing something else. Something else? Neville asked eagerly. I'm going to run 2 groups. Harry nodded, one for everyone here, the ones that went to the ministry with me, and another for everyone else. What are you going to teach us? Ginny asked. I don't want to ruin the surprise, Harry demurred. You'll see. If it's not DA, then what are you going to call it? Ginny persisted. Just a study club, Harry replied with a grin. Who can say anything about a group of friends doing a bit of studying? The new defense professor? Luna suggested. I'll deal with him if necessary, Harry assured the group. But I hope it won't come to that. What do you mean you'll deal with him? Asked Hermione, with a frown. I mean I'm not willing to allow another instance where a professor uses a blood quill or any other instrument of torture on students, Harry replied calmly. If anything like that happens to anyone, I want to be told about it so that I can take care of the situation. The students shifted a bit and glanced at each other out of the corners of their eyes after that last statement. No one wanted to find out how far their friend was willing to take things. You back on the team this year? Asked Ron. We could really use you, mate. No. Harry shook his head. There are reasons that I couldn't be, not even if the ban got lifted. Oh. Ron seemed to droop. What about being in reserves? I'll think about it. Mr. Potter. McGonagall grabbed Harry before he had a chance to get to the tower. The headmaster would like to speak with you. What's this about? Harry sighed. He did not see fit to take me into his confidence, replied McGonagall. I guess I can spare a few minutes, Harry agreed. On the condition that he agrees to respect my privacy. If he even thinks of looking into my mind, then I will be quite cross. Sure, the old man wouldn't get anything if he did look, but it was the principle of the thing. That goes for Snape, too. Come with me. McGonagall nodded. I shall inform the headmaster of your conditions before your visit. Thank you. Harry nodded. I read your article in that Transfiguration magazine. Why don't we ever get to learn things like that in class? Because the curriculum is dictated by the need to pass the ministry-controlled exams, Minerva explained. As much as I would like to teach you the more esoteric sections of my art, I am still bound by my responsibility to ensure that you can pass the exams. I see. Harry frowned. Then why isn't there an advanced Transfiguration elective? Electives are decided by the school's officials. I don't have any say in what may and may not be offered up as a supplementary class. Minerva glanced over at her student. Why are you asking me about all this anyway? Just wondering why we learned what we did, said Harry with a shrug. Like I said, your article was interesting, and I was wondering why we didn't learn that sort of thing in class. I'm glad to see you taking more of an interest in your schoolwork, Minerva said with a fond smile. To be quite frank, I would have expected Ms. Granger to come to me with this question. Hermione wouldn't have asked you. Harry disagreed. She respects you too much for that. She would just convinced herself that you had some sort of plan about what to teach, and when. And then she would have learned it all herself, so that she'd know it when the time came, McGonagall finished. Yes, that sounds like Miss Granger. Though I was unaware that she held me in such high regard. She spends a lot of time trying to model herself on you. Some of the students have compared her to you in a less flattering way. Harry grinned. She really looks up to you, Professor. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Minerva's voice was heavy. I am always pleased to see one of my students succeed, and knowing that they hold me in such high regard is an added bonus. I'm glad I could be the one to tell you then. Harry took a deep breath. Most of the students in your house look up to you. Hermione isn't the only one. She's just the only one that takes it so far. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Minerva took a deep breath. Wait here while I inform the headmaster of the ground rules for your meeting. Thank you, Professor, I will. Harry agreed. Minerva's expression firmed as she walked up the steps to the headmaster's office. Hello, Minerva. Albus greeted his deputy with a grin as she walked into the office. What can I do for you today? Mr. Potter is waiting outside to meet with you, McGonagall replied. And he has asked that you show him some common courtesy in your meeting with him. What kind of common courtesies? Dumbledore asked with a confused frown. You will not attempt to look into the boy's mind. You will respect his privacy, and you will not attempt to get around this by having Severus do it for you, Minerva said firmly. He really has so little trust in me? Dumbledore asked in shock. He has a right to keep his private thoughts private, Minerva corrected. A right that all the students and staff share. To tell you the truth, Albus, I'm a bit worried that he felt it necessary to demand this. I assure you, Minerva, that I will respect Harry's wishes in this matter. Dumbledore agreed with a sigh. I would suggest that you do. McGonagall gave a satisfied nod. I don't think Mr. Potter is in the mood for any of your games right now. I understand. Dumbledore closed his eyes. Please send him up. Minerva gave the headmaster one last look, then turned with a sigh. I do hope that you remember what I told you, Albus. I shall not take any responsibility for the consequences of your actions should you choose to ignore my advice. Not waiting for a response, McGonagall walked down the stairs to get her student. You may go up now, Mr. Potter. The headmaster has agreed to your demands. Thank you, Professor, Harry said quickly. I appreciate all you've done for me. Good luck, Mr. Potter. Minerva smiled as Harry walked up the steps. Harry reached the top of the steps and walked into the headmaster's office. You wanted to speak with me? Yes, Albus agreed with a nod. Please have a seat. Thank you. Harry sat across from the older man. You may be wondering why I asked you to come up here, but before we get to that, the headmaster paused. Before we get to that, I was hoping that you would tell me why you felt it necessary to ask me to respect your privacy. Because you haven't in the past, Harry replied evenly. I realize that you've justified your actions to yourself and others by saying that it was for my own good and well. I'm sure you've heard the saying about the road to hell. Yes, I have, Dumbledore agreed. And why did you feel the need to add Professor Snape? Because you're intelligent enough to find that loophole in our agreement, Harry replied. And because he is a petty and spiteful man who has abused his power to enter people's minds in the past, I realize that he is not without his redeeming qualities. Harry thought back to how the man had arranged the death of one of his fellow Death Eaters, but they do not excuse his actions towards me or my friends. I see. Dumbledore nodded. Thank you for satisfying an old man's curiosity. No problem, Harry replied evenly. Why did you wish to speak with me? As a young lad, Dumbledore began, I tired of my responsibilities and decided that I needed a vacation. I left home and spent several months living in the Muggle world. I believed that it was the happiest time of my life. I made my living shining shoes at first, and I later managed a short apprenticeship with a chimney sweep. I learned more about magic from him and his nanny friend than I had in the past few years from my classes. What I'm saying is that I am sorry. I realize what it's like to feel pressured by society, and I know how relaxing a vacation can be. I see. Harry tilted his head. I had half expected you to demand to know where I was. I hadn't believed it when I was told that you were willing to remove your grasp over my life. You don't really see me like that, do you, Harry? Dumbledore was aghast. Are you still angry about last year? No, I'm angry with you, for several other things. Then why? Dumbledore had to know. Why are you so angry with me? Why am I angry? Harry's eyes flashed dangerously as he turned to respond to the headmaster's question. I've had a lot of time to think during my vacation, and I've come to the conclusion that I'm nothing more than your pawn. How did you come to that conclusion? Dumbledore asked, staring at the young man with honest confusion. How did I come to that conclusion? Harry mocked. Let's start by discussing the events of my first year, when Valdi went after the stone. I fail to see what that has to do with the hostility that you're showing towards me. A trio of first years got past everything you had protecting the stone, Harry growled. 3 very talented first years, Dumbledore countered feebly. And if the 3 first years were able to get past the traps, then what was to stop a man guided by the specter of a powerful Dark Lord? Harry gave a cruel smile. It was nothing more than a training exercise. You wanted me to face him. You put me in danger because you thought that it would help me later in life, or some other useless excuse. And why guard the stone when you could have just destroyed it in the first place? I'm afraid that you're mistaken, Harry. Dumbledore's shoulders began to sag, and I'm afraid that I'm not nearly the puppet master you think me to be, Harry. Such a task as you describe would be beyond even my considerable skill. Then what? Harry glared. You expect me to believe that the tasks were easy because of incompetence and not intelligent design? Harry, Dumbledore sighed. The professors here at Hogwarts rank among the finest minds in their fields of study, which doesn't include guarding things? Harry asked sarcastically. Yes, actually, Dumbledore agreed with a shrug. They tried, but enthusiasm is nothing compared to knowledge and experience. That still doesn't satisfy me, Harry replied flatly, beginning to calm down. Take Snape's task. Why bother leaving the correct potion? Why not write the riddle and leave several bottles of poison? To continue your line of reasoning, why not leave a room full of fake keys? Why leave a chessboard that allows itself to be played when a chessboard that attacks any that come near would be just as easy to make? Dumbledore gave a weak grin. I would be happy to answer all of your questions, but for 2 things. And those are... The first is a security issue. If you don't know, then none can force you to reveal it by looking into your mind. And if my mind was strong enough to protect the information? Harry asked. Then I would tell you the second reason, and should you choose to persist? Dumbledore exhaled. Then I would answer any question you had. Then just this once, you may check my mind. Harry countered with a frown. I'm willing to allow it just so I can get to the bottom of this. I shall be as quick as I can, and I shall not look at anything, Dumbledore assured his young charge. I cannot seem to get in. It is as if your mind is filled with nothingness. I commend you on your technique. It is not something I have ever seen before. So then my mind is secure enough to know the truth? Harry was starting to get impatient. Yes, Dumbledore agreed. I dare say that you have one of the most secure minds in Europe. The second reason? Harry prompted. The second reason is that I don't believe you wish to know. Dumbledore held up his hand stall argument. Sometimes ignorance is bliss, and I believe that you would be happier not knowing. Tell me now, Harry commanded as his temper began to rise. As you wish, Dumbledore gave in. It is my belief that you regard preventing Tom from retrieving the Philosopher's Stone to be one of your greatest achievements. Is that true? Not entirely accurate, but noteworthy, Harry allowed. Stop stalling. What I am about to tell you must remain secret until the end of the war at the very least, and I would suggest that you leave off telling until you are in your old age, and it does not matter. I'll take your suggestions under advisement. Harry's eyes narrowed. Continue. A friend of mine once said something to the effect that the truth is so precious that it must be surrounded at all times by a bodyguard of lies. What I am about to tell you is something that was until now known only by 2 people, and it in no way lessens your achievement. Harry, Dumbledore licked his lips. You did not save the Philosopher's Stone. It was never in any danger. What? Harry's eyebrows shot up. What do you mean never in any danger? The stone has never left the possession of its creator. I've never believed that Tom was destroyed that night at your parents' home, so what I did was lay a trap. Dumbledore took a deep breath. I told the staff that I needed them to design a series of protections for unspecified object, and they were happy to help. Of course I would come to them, the finest minds in our world, for aid in such an important undertaking. It never occurred to them that generations of England's finest security experts have spent decades making Gringotts one of the most secure places on Earth. Harry asked incredulously. Alas, no, Dumbledore admitted with a frown. I'm afraid that their pride got in the way of their good sense. So, you set a trap for Moldy Shorts? Yes, the aging professor agreed. If it had been too easy, then Tom would have suspected a trap, as it was when he reached the last task. He didn't suspect a thing. Harry began to look at his school's headmaster with grudging admiration. I can't imagine what you felt when you returned to the school to find out your perfect little plan had been foiled by a trio of well-meaning first years. I will admit that I was not overcome with joy, Albus admitted. And I could not admit my plan for 2 reasons. Because it would let the world know just how cunning and deceitful you can be, and because it would not have been the best thing to tell a group of children that they had just risked their lives for nothing. Harry shook his head. You really are a piece of work, aren't you? There's also the fact that I didn't want Tom to know that the stone was still available. I'm sorry, Harry. I had hoped that you would never know, and I had planned to take the information to my grave. Why? Didn't it provide you some comfort to think that you had kept the Philosopher's Stone out of the hands of a madman? Albus's shoulders dropped. Forgive me, but I did not wish to take that comfort away. You. Harry's face began to turn red. You. Tears began to leak out his eyes. You. Albus closed his eyes, waiting for the tirade he knew was coming. Wahahahahahahahaha. Dumbledore's eyes shot open as he watched his favorite student try to regain control himself. You crafty old bastard. Harry wiped the tears from his eyes. You're not angry? Dumbledore asked cautiously. Angry? Hell no, I haven't had such a good laugh since. Harry scratched his chin. Well, no. Good then. Goodbye, Professor. I had better leave before I give in to the temptation to ask you another question. Harry patted his side. I'm afraid my ribs would crack if I had another laugh like that. Have a good night, then. The headmaster wasn't quite sure what had just happened, and feel free to call on me at any time for any reason. 43. But you can try. Harry's eyes refused to close. Every time he started to relax, one of his roommates would move in their sleep or make some other sort of odd noise. The sounds of their breathing alone was nearly enough to drive him insane. After surviving so many attacks, it had become almost impossible to relax in the company of so many other people, even the ones he trusted. Sighing, Harry got out of bed and walked across the room. There had to be at least one secure location in the school where he could catch a nap, and after that, maybe Dobby could help him find something more permanent, or maybe the professor could think of something. Leaving his dorm room, Harry walked down to the kitchen in search of the odd little elf. Hey, Dobby, Harry called out as he walked into the kitchens. Can I speak with you for a moment? Harry Potter wants to speak with Dobby? The little house elf was ecstatic. Yep. Harry nodded. I need to ask for a favor and to give you a proposal. What favor, Harry Potter, sir? Dobby smiled. Can I give you the proposal first? Harry smiled nervously. I want to offer you a job. You want Dobby to be your house elf? Dobby perked up. I wouldn't mind you as my house elf, Harry replied, shaking his head. But I have another job to offer. What is it, Harry Potter, sir? To start with, Harry squatted, so he could look the small elf in the eye. I'm Mr. Black. Mr. Black is Harry Potter, sir? Dobby's grin almost split his face. Dobby knew Harry Potter was a great and powerful wizard. Dobby just knew it. It's a secret, Harry whispered to the small elf. but I figured that I could trust you with it. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby agreed quickly. Dobby will never tell your secret. I was wondering if you'd be willing to work with me to keep the world safe? Harry held out a badge. I remember what you did to Lucius Malfoy when he threatened me, and I know that you'd never abuse the power. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby nodded, so hard that Harry was afraid that his head would pop off. Dobby will work for you. Good, Harry nodded. My favor is, well, I can't sleep in my dormitory. You wouldn't happen to know a secure place where I could get some rest, would you? Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby gave a slow nod. I think Dobby can help. What about Winky? Do you want me to take care of her? Harry took a breath. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby nodded. Dobby is worried about Winky. I have an idea of how to make Winky happy. Harry bit his lower lip. Have her come talk to me sometime tomorrow. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby grinned. Come this way. Good evening, Madam Bones. Peter tried to sound confident. I've come to arrange a deal with you. I want to switch sides. What kind of deal were you hoping for? Amelia sighed. She knew it was a mistake to meet this moron. I want immunity, Wormtail replied. And I want to be relocated out of the country. No. Amelia signaled her Aurors to start moving in. No. Wormtail was dumbfounded, but I have valuable information. That's nice, said Amelia. How about this? I'll keep you locked up in a tiny cell away from all human contact, and you tell me everything you know. You can't expect me to accept that? Peter scoffed. The alternative is that I turn you over to Mr. Black. I hear that he wants to talk to you about something. Deal, Peter agreed quickly. Now take me out of here and keep Black away from me. You heard the man, Bones commanded. Take him away, put him in one of the smaller cells. Harry and his friends walked into the Dada classroom, and Harry took a minute to examine the man. He had brownish hair. He appeared to be in his 30s, and he had a dumb-looking grin on his face. Good afternoon, class. The new defense against the dark arts professor greeted the class. My name is Sydney Hamilton. I was an Auror for a couple years, and I also competed on the dueling circuit. My real claim to fame is the fact that I've written several defense and dueling texts, some of which were on the curriculum this year. The man gave an expectant smile. I look forward to teaching all of you. Why don't we start off with the question, who is the most dangerous man in the world? Several students raised their hands, and eventually the new professor picked Ron. Mr. Black, Ron replied. Good. The professor nodded. 5 points for answering that question. While it's true that Mr. Black is widely regarded as being the most dangerous man on the planet, it's also true that we have a lot to learn from him. Does anyone recall the incident between Mr. Black and a couple of unfortunate vampires in Transylvania? Chapter 14 of your textbook, Black Summer. Several hands shot up, and this time the professor chose Neville. Mr. Black was betrayed by one of the villagers and turned over to some vampires, Neville replied. They were going to kill him and drain his blood, so Mr. Black did to them what he does best. He killed them. That is correct, Professor Hamilton agreed. 10 points for that answer. The important thing about this incident is that it showed a bit of insight into the way Mr. Black likes to duel. He seems to favor simple spells like the Reducto. But what about the Black Massacre? One of the students asked. He used all sorts of spells in that. That's correct. The professor nodded. He has also been known to use unknown spells of immense power, but can anyone recall what kind of spell he used to deal with the vampires? A cosmetic charm, Lavender answered. One used for quick tanning. That is correct. Hamilton looked ready to burst into song. He showed that simple spells can be used for serious purposes. You see, class, Mr. Black likes to use simple and easy-to-use spells to resolve his problems when he can. This approach has several advantages. The first is that it allows you to conserve energy. The second is that many simple spells are quick to use. And the third is that many enemies do not expect to face such simple spells and have no defense for them. Why does Mr. Black use them? Another student asked. He has plenty of power. He has all sorts of quick-to-use spells, and he has unknown spells that no one could defend against. Excellent question, Hamilton said with a grin. And the easy response is that no one knows why Mr. Black does anything. Some have theorized that the entire summer was nothing more than a training exercise, that Mr. Black was showing us how to do things better. This theory is supported by the fact that several of the Aurors assigned to follow Mr. Black have mentioned that he would often take the time to give them bits of advice on how to do their jobs more efficiently. Now, if you'll open your books to page. Harry went through the class on autopilot. While he had gotten some idea of how the wizarding world viewed his alter ego when he had visited the twins, nothing had prepared him for this. When it all sunk in, well, it was going to be real hard to keep from bursting into laughter every time someone mentioned the name Mr. Black. Hellos. The professor knocked on the door of a large manor house. Is anyone home? What can I do for you? An elderly man with a long beard answered the door. I'm the professor. The professor introduced himself. And I'm here to talk to you if your name is Nicholas. It is, the old man replied. What do you wish to talk with me about? Mr. Black, said the professor, would like to offer you a job. What is he offering? A new life, the professor said simply. You've been living on borrowed time ever since you allowed the public to believe that the stone was destroyed. How do you figure that? Nicholas asked slowly. They will only believe that you have so much time left. If they see you around for too long, then someone is either going to put 2 and 2 together or decide that you have enough youth juice to last them a long time. The professor grinned. What we are offering is a new life in a new place for you and your wife. We have a secure location for both you and the stone. And I suppose that you want me to give you the stone for safekeeping? Nicholas sighed. Not at all, the professor disagreed. It's been safe with you for all this time. Why wouldn't it continue to be safe? Then why do you want me to come with you? For 2 reasons, the professor replied. The first is to make it even safer. I do not know what safeguards you've placed on the stone, and you do not know what safeguards we have on the island. The second and more important is that, well, it would be nice to have an alchemist on the island. What? An alchemist? The professor raised his voice. We have a potions mistress. She's also good with charms and engineering. We have me. I'm a magical engineer. We have the mechanic that drops in every now and again. We have a goblin architect. We have a brilliant doctor. And I think that you would fit in nicely. Imagine all the things that could be discovered if we all worked together. What kind of resources do you have? Nicholas was starting to get interested despite himself. Quite a few rare and unusual books, the largest collection of Egyptian magical texts in the world, and a cookbook from Atlantis. A cookbook? That is all Mr. Black wanted to grab when we visited the ruins of the lost city. The professor shrugged. Though there are plans in place to salvage a bit more of the ancient knowledge. Allow me a bit of time to discuss this with my wife, Nicholas suggested. Is there some way I can contact you? Here. The professor handed the older man a Zippo. The instructions are engraved on the back. Just call for the professor. Welcome everyone to the newly renamed Dada Advanced Studies Club. Harry smiled. This year we'll be focusing on staying alive. What do you mean? One of the students raised their hand. I mean that I'm going to teach you how to survive a Death Eater attack. Harry smiled. Or at least give you the tools to help you survive a Death Eater attacks. I just don't want anyone here to die. Too late, Potter. The student screamed as 2 men in dark robes entered the room. Prepare to die. Reducto. In a flash, Harry's wand was in his hand. Reducto, reducto, reducto. One of the Death Eaters collapsed as the spell destroyed his lungs, and the other began screaming in agony as his leg was reduced to a couple pounds of useless meat. This is what I'm going to teach you. Harry approached the wounded Death Eater at a calm, measured pace. These are the situations I want you to be able to deal with at the end of this year. You won't get away with this, Potter. The Death Eater made a feeble attempt to raise his wand. Harry stomped on the man's wand arm and aimed at the Death Eater's head. Reducto, any questions? Oh, God. One of the students bent over and emptied his stomach. You killed them. This is what I'm going to teach in this class. Harry's face could have been carved out of stone. Anyone that wishes to quit, well, the door's right there. About half the assorted students stumbled out of the room, leaving Harry with his core group of friends plus a few others. Good, Harry nodded. Then we can begin. Ron's face was pale. Don't you think you should do something about them? The Death Eaters? Harry raised an eyebrow. I suppose. I don't need them anymore. The remaining students watched in shock as the bodies and blood disappeared. Harry, what happened? Hermione stared in shock. It's the room of requirements, Harry shrugged. I required a couple of Death Eaters for my demonstration. I hadn't realized that it could make people. Hermione swallowed. I'm not sure it can. Harry shrugged. It might have just grabbed a couple of them and brought them here. Either way, I got what I needed for my demonstration. The assorted students looked ill at the implications of Harry's statement. To start with, Harry began. This club will be split into two groups. The first group will learn what I just showed you. And the second? A fourth-year girl asked nervously. We'll be learning some more advanced things. Harry smiled. Fair warning, I don't want any of you to become Death Eaters and use what I teach you against normal people. If you do, well, I think you know what I'll do to you. There's something wrong with Harry, Hermione whispered to Ron. He's been so distant since school started. What do you expect? Ron whispered back. We haven't seen him all summer and all of us are on eggshells. He doesn't want to say what he did this summer, and he's afraid that we're going to ask him, and we're trying to avoid asking him. Maybe? Hermione wasn't so sure. Give him a couple of weeks, and everything will be back to normal. Ron predicted. Everyone take a look at the person to your right, now to your left, to your front and rear. Harry commanded. Does anyone see anyone in this room that they're willing to die for? Several of the students gave embarrassed nods except for the Hufflepuffs who had answered without any hesitation. That's good, Harry continued. But are you willing to kill for them? At this question the students looked less sure, and many glanced down at their feet. It is a terrible thing that I'm doing. Harry sighed. A horrible crime. I arranged my demonstration to show you how ugly the business of killing people is. Now I have to do my best to prepare you for the situation where you may have to do it yourself. I want you to think of two things while you're in here. I want you to think of your loved ones, the ones that you're willing to die for, and I want you to think about the fact that a dead Death Eater can never cause any harm to them. Harry took a deep breath and then deliberately met the eyes of every student in the room. Some of you may know what happened last year. That will never happen again. I am not going to take any one of you into a dangerous situation if I can help it. Form 2 lines and practice spell accuracy with your reductos. Are you sure that was necessary, Harry? Hermione asked in a low voice, so as not to be overheard. No, Harry replied candidly. But I'm not sure it's unnecessary either. Better to err on the side of caution. Harry supervised as the students practiced casting their spells. He allowed them to go on for several minutes before finally deciding to call things to a halt. I think that's enough for today, Harry shouted over the din of several practicing students. I'll let you know when I have an idea of when we'll meet next. Could the advanced group come up here, please? Harry's ministry crew assembled and regarded him with looks of anticipation. Don't say anything yet, Harry commanded. They all watched as their friend pulled out his wand and cast several unfamiliar spells. Privacy charms, Harry explained. Why'd you do that, mate? Ron asked with an odd look on his face. We're safe here, aren't we? I don't know, Harry answered honestly. I would have thought we'd have been safe last year, and we all know how that turned out. Which brings me to the subject of this meeting. The first thing I'm going to do is show you each how to cast this nifty little privacy charm that was developed recently. It'll give you temporary barriers around your minds that should protect you from casual intrusions. Is that why you don't have lessons with Snape this year? Ginny asked quickly. No, I used something different. Harry ignored the looks of curiosity on his friends' faces. I would suggest that at the very least you use this spell before any meetings with the headmaster or before any potions classes. They have both shown little regard for individual privacy when it comes into conflict with their goals. Harry's eyes swept the room. Any questions? Good. Who would like to try first? You wanted to speak with me, Harry Potter, sir? Winky spoke up. Her eyes refused to leave her feet. Dobby says that you don't enjoy working here. Harry spoke evenly. I'd like to know why. Winky misses her family, Harry Potter, sir. Winky squeaked. Winky misses her Barty. He was a bad boy, but he was Winky's. So, if I asked you to come work for me, then you'd still be unhappy. Harry knelt down to look into the small elf's eyes. Would you like to take care of Barty again? Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Winky agreed. But poor Barty is dead. He was kissed, Harry corrected. But his body is still alive. They keep it in a special ward in St. Mungo's. Would you like to take care of him again? Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Winky replied with a hint of her former cheerful attitude. Winky would like that very much. I have a hospital, Harry spoke, which I would be willing to use to accommodate Barty. Would you like me to move him to the hospitals? Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Okay, Harry agreed. Would you be willing to help out around the hospital? You've got a lot of experience taking care of people, and taking care of Barty won't take too much of your time. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Winky agreed quickly. Can you pop into Street Mungo's and move Barty, or do you need help? Harry wasn't too pleased with his actions, but he figured that he could live with himself. It brought the house elf out of her depression. The fact that he'd be getting the doctor some experienced help was just a fortunate bonus, in his opinion. Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Winky nodded. Winky will go do that right now. Harry watched the tiny house elf pop out, and he pulled out his Zippo. Professor. Yes, my friend. What can I do for you? Warn the doctor that a house elf and a body will be showing up in her hospital. The house elf will help out if we house the body. Is it still living? The professor's voice sounded odd. He was kissed, Harry replied. I'd also like to ask if it would be possible to create a wand that can only fire off non-lethal spells. I had something in mind that would make it so I could use a reducto in a practice duel without worrying about my opponent getting injured. What effect would you like the spells to take? The professor was intrigued by the notion. Simulated damage, if at all possible, Harry replied. If I shot someone in the arm, for example, I'd like them not to be able to use that arm. Maybe a bit of pain, too. I can also put an illusion of the damage, the professor mused. Make it look and smell like a real wand. How soon can you get it to me? Harry asked quietly. It won't be long, the professor said. The spell work isn't that complex. What do you need it for? Practice dueling, Harry replied quickly. And I'd like at least 24 of them if possible. I shall have them in your hands soon. What color do you want them? Bright orange, Harry said after a moment of thought. I think it'd be best if I could tell at a glance which were the real wands and which were the practice, safety first. 44, he's a pinball wizard. May I have a moment of your time, Mr. Potter? McGonagall snagged Harry on his way to the Great Hall. What can I do for you, professors? I was able to get your Quidditch ban lifted. Imagine my surprise when I was told that you did not intend to play this year. The old woman sighed. The last thing I wish to do is tell you how to live your life. I do not intend to force you to play, and I am not going to waste your time trying to convince you to change your mind. What I would like is for you to tell me why. All right, Professor, Harry agreed. Taking a deep breath, Harry took a moment to decide how to word his response. Can I have your word that this will stay between us? You may, McGonagall agreed. I promise not to reveal anything I learn from this conversation to anyone without your express permission. Can you see that tapestry at the end of the halls? Harry removed his glasses. Yes. What does that have to do with anything? Here. Harry handed the old woman his glasses and began reading the plaque above the tapestry. The 4 founders decided to build a school for magic. They decided that, do I need to read anymore? Or, do you get the picture? Your eyes have been repaired, Minerva said. The old woman handed Harry his glasses back. Not just repaired. Harry sighed. I got curious about Madame Hooch a few years ago. I wanted to know if she'd ever been in professional Quidditch. And you found out about her accident. Minerva closed her eyes. You read that it was determined that she could no longer play professional Quidditch because of her enhanced eyes. That is correct, Professor, Harry agreed. It would not be fair to take a spot on the team that could go to someone else. Would you still be willing to play on the reserve team? Minerva asked with a hopeful smile. If you need me, then I would be happy to play for the house team, Harry said after a moment of thought. But only if you need me. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I appreciate the fact that you are willing to help out. McGonagall turned to leave. Before I go, may I ask you one more question? You may, Professor. How did you fix your eyes? McGonagall asked. I would not have thought that you would do something that would destroy your Quidditch career. It was an accident, Professor, Harry admitted. I was surprised to learn that perfect eyesight was a side effect. I see, Minerva said, pausing to think. It is not my place to say, but I dare say that there is a book in the library with a green cover on the 3rd shelf from the front. It is wearing the dust jacket of a book entitled The History of Socks, and it is hidden behind a book on gardening. I believe that if you were to take the time to read this book, that you will not suffer as many side effects. Good day, Mr. Potter. I assure you that I have no proof. Since I have no proof, I have no obligation to do anything about this situation. Thank you, Professor, a very confused Harry replied. After his talk with his head of house, Harry had planned to go to the Great Hall, but curiosity got the better of him, and he changed course to go to the library. It took him 15 minutes of searching, but he found the book that McGonagall had told him about. The Illegal Guide to Becoming an Illegal Animagus. Harry read the title. I can see how this would be useful. Grab him, George yelled. That command caused his twin to grab their brother Percy, as walked out of the Ministry building. Stun him, George commanded. Got him, Fred said with satisfaction. Good job, let's get out of here before someone notices. Good idea, Fred agreed. You have the port keys? Just touch this to Percy, and we'll be back in our shop. George held out an old newspaper. The 3 brothers reappeared in the back of the joke shop, and within minutes, Percy was strapped to a chair. Shall we find out why he left the family before we check up on the Ministry? George asked. The Ministry is the only thing we need to know, Fred said. But I would like to know why he's decided to become a bigger prat than usual. Let's keep our hoods up for the interrogation, George suggested. He hasn't seen our faces, and I'd rather he not know who did this to him. Right, George agreed. The 2 brothers pulled up their hoods and awakened their stunned brother. Who are you, and where have you taken me? Percy demanded. 2 drops of Veritaserum, I think, George murmured. Get his mouth open. Percy struggled as one of the dark figures forced his mouth open so the other could administer the truth potion. Why did you leave your families? The dark figures demanded. I didn't, Percy moaned. Fred and George shared a look. Why did you abandon your parents and siblings? To keep my family safe, Percy replied. How did abandoning them keep them safe? George demanded. I didn't abandon my family, Percy said dully. Why did you abandoning your parents and siblings? How did that keep your family safe? Fred was starting to get the hang of questioning someone under Veritaserum, because they didn't bother the families of Ministry personnel if the state out of things, said Percy. A line of drool began to run out of the corner of the boy's mouth. If I stayed with my parents, then my family would die. He isn't making any sense, Fred muttered. Do you have any idea what he's talking about? No, George said. But I think I have a way to find out. Enlighten me, Fred suggested. Who is your family? George demanded. Penny and the baby, Percy sobbed. Fred and George shared another look of shock. What babies? My baby. Percy's body shuddered as he fought the effects of the potion. How old is your baby? Fred licked his lips. This was not what he was expecting. Not born yet. Percy's jaw clenched. Where are they? George asked. Where are they, Percy? Has the potion worn off? Fred bent down to examine his brother. It doesn't look like it's worn off. It should still be good for a few minutes, George agreed. Think we should give him another dose? Should be safe, Fred mused. Mum will want to know about her grandchild. Open his mouth, George said after a moment of thought. We'll find Penny and bring the both of them back to Mum. She'll be happy to have the prop back, Fred said cheerfully. And so will we. Two true twin o' mine. George forced his wayward brother's mouth open and went pale. Bloody hell, we need to get him to a healer. What is it? George asked quickly. His mouth's filled with blood. I think he bit through his tongue. Fred said urgently. Call the doctor. Doctor. George called into his Zippo. We need you here now. We have a medical emergency. I'm on my way, the doctor's voice replied. What's the situation? We had our brother under Veritasrum, and he bit through his tongue, George said quickly. Please hurry. I'm here, the doctor said as she appeared in the shop. Where's the problem? Right here. Fred was still holding his older brother. He bit through his tongue. I don't know why. What happened? The doctor cast a quick blood-clotting charm and began assessing the situation. I opened his mouth to give him more Veritasrum after he wouldn't answer a question, and it was filled with blood, Fred said quickly. Both twins were distressed by the situation that they'd found themselves in. What question did he refuse to ask? The doctor cast a few diagnostic charms. We wanted to know where his family was, Fred answered. Percy began struggling the moment he heard Fred's answer. Damn, the doctor screamed. Stun him. Fred cast a quick stunner and looked a little lost. What happened? He obviously doesn't want to tell you about his family, the doctor replied dryly. Because of the Veritasrum, it'll be a few minutes before I can give him any healing potions. In the meantime, I want to see the transcripts of your interview. Right, Fred replied. George handed the doctor the paper. Both twins shot nervous looks at their older brother as the doctor read. I thought you two were supposed to be checking out the ministry? The doctor asked suddenly. We wanted to see why he was being such a prat, George said quietly. We didn't think this would happen, Fred added. I suggest that you both get out of this room, the doctor growled. I am not feeling very charitable towards the two of you at the moment, and it might be best if you were out of my sight. But he's going to be okay? George persisted. We're not leaving until you tell us if he'll be okay, Fred agreed. He's our brother, and we still care about him. No matter how big a prat he's been, George added. Especially now that we know why, Fred finished. He should be fine, the doctor said quickly. Now go. The twins beat a hasty retreat, and the doctor waved her wand a few more times to awaken her patient. How do you feel? She asked in her professional voice. A bit sore, Percy said slowly. It is hard to talk. That's normal, the doctor said quickly. You nearly bit through your tongue, and the muscles are still repairing themselves. Are there any sore spots? No, Percy said after a moment of checking. Who are you? I'm the doctor, she replied. I work for Mr. Black. Thank God, Percy sagged in relief. I thought I was. I'm sorry about those two idiots, the doctor continued. They'll have to make their own apologies later. Why don't you tell me about your Penny? Why? Percy stiffened. Because I want you to use your tongue, the doctor replied. I am not going to ask her where she is. I've seen what you do when that happens, and I have no desire to reattach any bits of your body twice in one day. Oh, Percy said. I'm sorry. I just don't want to lose them. It's okay, the doctor assured Percy. And I may have the solution to that problem as well. Harry was on his way to the hidden room that he'd been using as his sleeping quarters when he ran into his friend on patrol. Hello, Ron. Harry greeted his friend. How are things? They're good, Ron said nervously. Things are quiet. Shouldn't you be in bed? Why don't you go back to the tower? You feeling all right, mate? Harry blinked at Ron's odd response. The other boy had never really taken his duties seriously. Yeah, mate, Ron said quickly. I just don't want you to get into any trouble, so you'd better get back to the tower. You trying to get rid of me? Harry asked slowly. Why would you think that? Ron giggled nervously. Are you here, Ron? A girl's whispered voice asked from down the hall. Ha! Ron reddened. Could I have a bit of time alone, Harry? Who is that? Harry began walking towards the voice. Hello, Hannah. Hi, Harry, the Hufflepuff girl replied nervously. What are you doing out at this time of night? Satisfying my curiosity, Harry said dryly. Have fun, you two. Bye, Harry, Ron said quietly. Let's just keep all this between the two of us, mate. It's none of my business, Harry agreed. Thanks, Harry, Hannah called out to Harry's retreating back. Yeah, thanks, mate, Ron agreed. Harry was just turning the corner to his sleeping quarters when he ran into another person out late at night. May I have a moment of your time, Mr. Potter? Professor Sprout was standing in Harry's path. Depends on what you want it for, Harry said slowly. May I ask how you knew that I'd be around here at this time of night? I had Hufflepuff House out looking for you, Sprout admitted. I needed to talk with you, and I wanted to talk to you before the other professors got a chance to. Hannah? Harry grinned. She said she saw you coming this way. Professor Sprout agreed. Harry, may I call you Harry? You may, Harry replied. I wanted to talk to you about your lesson, Sprout said nervously. You showed a very Hufflepuff attitude when you talked about dying for your friends. Dying for a friend is easy, Harry said in a whisper. Killing for a friend is a bit more difficult, especially when one grows up in the same society that we did. I wanted them to understand how serious things were. I understand that, Professor Sprout said quickly. I just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate the fact that you are willing to teach my students such a difficult lesson. Our house prizes loyalty. The first years get told stories about great acts of loyalty. They hear about how this wizard gave blood to his friend or how this witch died for hers. Until now, they haven't told so many stories about how people killed for their friends. You help them to understand the personal sacrifice needed to be able to do such an act. Thank you, Mr. Potter. On behalf of all Hufflepuffs, I thank you for this lesson to my house. I didn't expect that, Harry said slowly. I expected that the staff would not be happy with my little lesson. Thank you for understanding. Would you mind allowing a few more students into your club? Sprout asked quickly. I think that all of my house members could benefit from your instruction. I'm afraid that I might get spread too thin if that happened, Harry said after a moment of thought. Would it be possible for the Hufflepuffs that are already members of the club to teach their housemates what they've learned? It will be possible, Sprout agreed. Would you mind allowing me to sit in on a few of your lessons? I am a professor, and I think that it might help if I were able to help my students bring back your lessons. I am happy to help, Professor, Harry replied. And if you wish to sit in on my lessons, then you are welcome to come. Would you be willing to help students from the other houses? This is not the time for silly house rivalries. I shall help anyone that needs it, Sprout said firmly, regardless of what house they entered in their first year. Thank you, Professor. Thank you, Harry. Sprout took a deep breath. Some of the other professors aren't as understanding as I am. I understand. Harry held up a hand. I expect that I'll be having a few more talks about my actions, and I doubt that they will be half as pleasant as this one was. I'm glad you thought things through, Sprout said with undisguised relief. Good night, Harry. Good night, Professor. Percy, Penelope called out as her lover walked through the door. I was so worried when you didn't come home. I was too. Percy took the girl into his embrace. I thought I was going to be killed. What happened? Penny refused to let go. I was captured by 2 men, Percy replied. They gave me Veritaserum and asked me a bunch of questions about you and the baby. What did you tell them? Penny asked nervously. Just that you existed, Percy assured the girl. I managed to keep from telling them anything important. I'm not sure what happened after that, but I had a short talk with one of Mr. Black's people. She told me that they would be willing to take you someplace safe. I don't want to leave you, Penny said quietly. We've already left our families. All we have is each other. I don't want to leave you either, Percy said quickly. But I'm more afraid of losing you. I'm sure that we could work something out so that you'd be safe, and we could be together. How are we going to do that? Penny rested her head on Percy's shoulder. They did offer me a job working as an administrator for Black Ink, Percy said as he rubbed his lover's swollen belly. I don't know what the pay would be, possibly lower than what I have now, but we'd be together. Accept it. Penny decided the matter. We don't need much, and we'll be together and safe. I'll make the call tomorrow morning, Percy replied after a moment of thought. Maybe we can settle things with our parents after we're safe. Harry awoke early the next morning and quickly made his way to a less isolated part of the school. Whistling cheerfully as he entered the great hall, Harry was happy to see that he had the entire place to himself. Sneezy is very sorry, sir, a strange house elf spoke up. We did not think anyone would be up this early, and we haven't put breakfast out yet. That's okay. Harry was quick to reassure the small elf. Would it be possible to get something to eat now, or is it better to come back later? Sneezy will get you something now, sir. Then could I have an egg and a couple pieces of bacon between 2 slices of toast? Harry asked after a moment of thought. Something I can eat quickly? Yes, sir. Sneezy snapped her fingers and Harry's sandwich appeared on the table. Will that be all Sneezy can do for you, sir? Yes, thank you. Harry was finishing his breakfast as the first few people began to arrive, and he was almost out of the great hall when his head of house managed to intercept him. May I have a moment of your time, Mr. Potter? McGonagall asked quickly. What can I do for you, Professor? Harry replied. The headmaster would like to speak with you about your study group, McGonagall said evenly. And Professor Hamilton has expressed his worry that you aren't paying any attention in his classes. Oh. Harry raised an eyebrow. Yes, Minerva confirmed. He would also like to have a meeting with you. When am I supposed to do all this? Harry sighed. You are excused from classes today, McGonagall explained. The headmaster thought it prudent to allow you time to contemplate what gets discussed. How thoughtful of him, Harry said flatly. If you would be so good as to honor an old woman's request. McGonagall fixed Harry with a sharp look. Be good enough to come to my classroom after you've finished your meetings with the headmaster and the defense professor. If I am currently in class, please come in and attract my attention without making any noise so as not to disrupt the lesson. All right, Professor, Harry agreed. If you want me to. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Minerva dismissed her student with a fond smile. I appreciate the fact that you're willing to humor me on this. Harry made his way to the headmaster's office and frowned when he realized that he had forgotten to ask for the password. Let me see, he mused to himself. I seem to recall a spell for just this sort of situation. Oh yes, Expositus. Harry's spell caused the gargoyle to leap aside, and he walked up the stairs to his meeting with Dumbledore. You asked to see me? Harry asked calmly. Yes, have a seat. Dumbledore replied. I wanted to speak with you about the meeting you conducted with your study group. What about it? Harry had no intention of making this easy. I am somewhat troubled at your demonstration, Dumbledore said with a frown. Was it necessary to make them believe that you had just killed several men? Death is a necessary part of war, Harry rebutted. And I wanted to make sure that they knew how serious things were. Yes, but was it necessary to teach them that now? Dumbledore asked quickly. Was it necessary to show children such horrible things? Yes, Harry replied firmly. Why? Dumbledore begged. Can you make an old man understand? All right. Harry took a moment to think. You did not end the reign of the last Dark Lord by hugging him, did you? It required some very dangerous spells. Do you dispute the fact that deadly spells are needed to resolve things in this instance? No. Dumbledore shook his head. I do not. So we have established that it is necessary to teach deadly spells. Harry nodded. Do you dispute the fact that deadly spells are deadly? That they should be used responsibly and with great care? No, I do not, and I am quite glad to hear that we share that opinion, Dumbledore replied with a sad half-smile. Good, Harry said. Because now we get to the next part of my argument. Could you conjure up a block of wood? Of course, Dumbledore affirmed. The block appeared on the desk, and Dumbledore regarded Harry with a look of expectation. It might be best if it were on the floor, Harry said as he moved the block. Now watch closely, Reducto. What was I supposed to see? Dumbledore asked with a look of puzzlement. One moment. Harry conjured a leather bag and placed it on the remains of the shattered block of wood. Now compare what you just saw to this, Reducto. The bag exploded into a bloody mess, and Harry let out a blood-curdling scream to add to the effect. That was very interesting. Dumbledore cast several cleaning and repairing charms. But if you would be so good as to get to the point, which example gave you a better idea of what a Reducto can do to a person? Harry asked quietly. The second, Dumbledore replied. The old man was beginning to understand Harry's point. Now put yourself in the mindset of a young student. You've just learned this great new curse, and you want to try it out. Harry began. Are you going to try it out on one of your friends after seeing what it did to that bag? I wanted them to know both the seriousness of what I was going to teach them and the dangers. I do not want any accidents that can be traced back to what they learned from me. Forgive me, Harry. Dumbledore sank back into his chair. I had doubted you. I can now see how your example has made the school safer. I am ashamed to admit that I had not thought of how dangerous a first year can be if they are not made aware of the power at the command of a wand flick. My example was worse than a bag exploding. You knew that the bag was dead, that it couldn't feel any pain. They had every reason to believe that those Death Eaters were real, and they got a much stronger lesson. Harry said quickly. The boy took off his glasses and began to massage the bridge of his nose. It had the added advantage of introducing them to battle without any danger. With any luck, they'll be less likely to freeze up if they're thrown into the actual thing. I see. You have given me much to think about, Dumbledore said sadly. Perhaps it is best that we get on to the other things I had hoped to discuss. What other things? Sirius's will, Dumbledore replied. He left everything to you. Is there anything you would like to do with it at this time? I'd like the books. Harry nodded. Could you have them brought here? Everything else can be dealt with later. Are you sure, Harry? Dumbledore asked quietly. Some of those books are rather dark. Better to know what I'm going up against, Harry countered. I suppose. The headmaster slid an envelope across the desk. Your OWL scores. Harry ripped open the envelope and spent a few seconds glancing over them. Better than I expected. Will that be all, professors? Yes. Thank you for your time, Harry. Any time, Professor, Harry replied on his way out the door. Harry left the headmaster's office and made his way to his meeting with Professor Hamilton. Ah, Harry. The defense professor greeted Harry in the hall outside the defense classroom. Please come in. What did you want to meet with me about? Harry asked quickly, wanting to get things done with as soon as possible. I've noticed that you don't seem to be paying attention in class, Hamilton replied. And I was worried about that. Could you tell me why you don't seem to be interested? I already know most of what you're teaching at the moment, Harry answered. And it can get a bit tedious to hear what you already know. I do listen in when you have something I haven't heard yet. I see. To be honest, I was afraid that this might be the reason, Hamilton said slowly. You are an exceptionally gifted student according to your grades, and such students often have trouble focusing on things that are too easy for them. Do you have any solutions to this? Would it be all right if I were to do a bit of self-study in class? Harry offered. That way I can listen when you have something new and read ahead when you don't. I think that's an excellent solution, Hamilton agreed. If I may ask you one more thing before you go. What's that? Would it be possible to sit in on one of your defense study group meetings? Hamilton asked hopefully. I've been asked by a few old friends to give a report on your skills, and I would also like to see what you can do myself. I think that could be arranged, Harry agreed. Good day, Professor. Good day, Mr. Potter. Hamilton bid farewell to his most gifted student. Harry left the defense classroom and began walking to his last meeting. It's like they're playing Harry pinball, he complained under his breath. Every time I finish a meeting I get bounced to another. Harry was whistling Pinball Wizard when he reached the Transfiguration classroom. Remembering his professor's instructions, Harry quietly opened the door and slipped into the room. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Potter, McGonagall called out. If you would be so good as to come up here for a moment. Okay, Professor, Harry agreed. Harry walked to the front of the room and stood next to his head of house. Would you say that transfiguration is a useful branch of magic, Mr. Potter? Minerva raised an eyebrow. Dead useful, Harry agreed. Why don't you give us a few examples? Minerva suggested. Well, animagus transformations can be useful for spying and for other reasons. A metamorphmagus can also be used for spying, and I guess that there are more mundane reasons that it would be useful to be able to change your appearance, Harry finished. How about dueling? Minerva prompted. Oh yes, Harry said quickly. Transfiguration can be dead useful in a duel if you use it right. Takes a bit more thought than just flinging spells, but it can be really effective. Thank you, Mr. Potter, Minerva said smugly. I want 2 feet by the end of the week on possible uses of transfiguration in a duel, and you are not to cheat by asking Mr. Potter. Class dismissed. Minerva gave a satisfied smile as the students rushed out of the room. Thank you, Mr. Potter. I'd wager that your little presentation has done more to boost the popularity of my class than anything I've done in the last few years. What did you want to speak with me about, Professor? I wanted to give you a bit of perspective, Minerva replied. I would imagine that Albus attempted to fill your head with noble ideas of redemption and how good will always triumph in the end. He might have said something like that, Harry agreed. I want you to know that those are wonderful ideals to have, but that they might not be the best ideals to hold in dark times like this. McGonagall sighed. War is a terrible thing, Mr. Potter, and in my life I have seen 2, 3 if you count this latest one. I would advise you to stay realistic and grounded while there is still the possibility of attack. If you must follow Albus's ideals, it might be best to wait until things have quieted. Albus is a good man, but he doesn't live in the same world that we do, Harry suggested. Yes, that's it exactly, Minerva agreed. I want you to understand that I am not trying to downplay Albus's ideals. They are quite noble, and they are probably the best to hold in times of peace. The problem is that we are not in a time of peace. Thank you, Professor. Harry was touched that his head of house would take the time to tell him this. Was there anything else you wished to talk about? How did your meeting with the defense professor go? Minerva asked mildly. It went okay. He said that I could study other things when he's talking about something I already know. I imagine that it must be difficult to sit through such a basic class, especially given the way he's chosen to teach it. McGonagall took a deep breath. What you have to understand is that many students will pay more attention when they're given an example of someone that they admire who uses the things that are being taught. That is why I chose to have you give a few examples to my Transfiguration class. Those students will have realized how useful my class is because they have your example. It is the same in defense. Most of the students will show greater belief in the effectiveness of the spells and tactics because they were used by Mr. Black. 45. Marriage vows. Welcome, the professor called out as Percy and Penny arrived. To Mr. Black's currently nameless fortress on his currently nameless island. Are you the new administrators? Yes, Percy replied hesitantly. I think so. I'm really not sure what the doctor wanted me to do. Then you are the new administrator. Your code name is the Pencil Pusher, the professor said proudly. He'd spent seconds of valuable time coming up it. Can I just be Percy's? Fine, the professor sulked. You can just be Percy. Who's the lovely girl? This is Penny, Percy said, his face unconsciously going into a smile at the mention of his lover. Are you an administrator too? The professor asked nervously. I can be, Penny agreed. Damn. I only thought of the one code name. Would the two of you mind sharing that code name? The professor said quickly. One of you can be Pencil, and the other can be Pusher? Why don't we talk about the details later? Penny suggested. And why don't you show us to our quarters now? I suppose that could work, the professor agreed. If I knew where your quarters were. Henchgirl. What? Henchgirl stuck her head into the room and scowled. Where are the Pencil and the Pusher's quarters? The professor yelled back. Who? Henchgirl shouted. What have you done now, you idiot? Idiot? The professor screamed back. Would an idiot have invented a steam-powered automatic hairbrush? Yes. Henchgirl ended the argument with her simple reply. No, go away, and let me deal with the mess that I'm sure you've made of things. Fine, the professor agreed. Percy and Penny watched in shock as the two strange people argued, and again as the little man stormed off. Hello, Henchgirl said pleasantly. I'm Henchgirl. Who are you? I'm Percy, and this is Penny, Percy replied dully. What had he gotten his family into? When are you going to have your babies? Henchgirl asked. She had finally noticed Penny's swollen belly and had gone in to investigate. I just love babies. So, do I? Penny agreed. I can't wait to have this one. You must be tired, Henchgirl said suddenly. Let's get you to your quarters so that you can rest. That sounds like it would be a good idea, Penny said with a shrug. She was starting to get an understanding of these people. Come along, dear. Henchgirl led the young couple down a wide hall and to the residential section of the fortress. Here's your rooms. Henchgirl waved to a nondescript door. It'll only let you and your child in. No one else can get access to your rooms. Thank you, Penny said with a grateful smile. Is there a flow connection? For calls only, Henchgirl confirmed. We don't want anyone to come in except through the appropriate entrances. Thank you, Penny replied. Would it be possible for me to make a quick trip back to England? Percy asked nervously. The doctor said that we could have our wedding here, and I wanted to invite my family personally. You haven't had your wedding yet? Henchgirl asked with a maniacal gleam in her eye. No, Percy said sadly. I filed the paperwork, but we haven't had a ceremony. Yay, I always wanted to help plan a wedding, Henchgirl said cheerfully. You go do whatever you need to do in England. Penny and I will start planning the wedding. Are you sure? Percy asked quickly. Yeah, Henchgirl replied quickly. Go. All right then, Percy agreed. As he left the room, he thought he heard Henchgirl say something about a rocket-powered wedding dress, but he must have heard that wrong, right? Percy retraced his steps back to the gate room where he and his soon-to-be bride had arrived just minutes before and found himself at a loss as to what to do next. Hello, he called out. Yes, what can I do for you? The professor replied. I need a round-trip port key to England, Percy said quietly. Can I arrange that here? Of course you can, the professor agreed. Any particular part of England? My parents' house, Percy said. Here you are. The professor tossed a small wooden rod. Have fun. Thank you, Percy said as he took the rod. How do I activate it? It'll activate on its own in a few seconds, the professor said with a smile. To get back, just say fortress. Thank you. Percy felt the tug and reappeared in front of the house where he'd grew up. Taking a deep breath, Percy walked up to the front door and knocked. Yes. Molly answered the door. Her heart froze when she saw her estranged son. Percy's? Hello, Mum, Percy said in a subdued voice. Can I come in? Of course, Molly said quickly. This is still your house, too? I'm sorry, Mum, Percy said quickly. I came here to tell you that, and to invite you to my wedding. Wedding? Molly replied, her heart filled with hope. Penny and I already filed the paperwork, but we haven't had a ceremony, Percy explained. We're also going to have a baby soon, and I thought you might like to come. I understand if you don't, though. Of course I want to come, Molly said quickly. I'm so glad to have you back. I'm not back, Mum, Percy said quietly. That's why we're having the wedding. We found someplace safe to live. Safe. Molly blinked. Does this have something to do with why you left? Yes, Mum, Percy replied nervously. I distanced myself from you and Dad because I was afraid of what might happen to Penny. I did some research, and I found that ministry families that didn't take any part of things on either side in the last war stayed safe. I'm sorry, Mum, but I gave up my family to keep my new family safe. I just wasn't brave enough to risk my wife and child. If it was just me, I'd have stayed, but it wasn't just me. You must think I'm a horrible mother, Molly whispered. Why would I think that, Mum? Percy asked in confusion. You left the fight because it would keep your new family safe, Molly replied quietly. Arthur and I jumped in without even thinking about the cost to you children. Everyone is at school or out of the house, Percy said quickly. He just had to think something that would calm his mother. It's a completely different situation. If anyone is a terrible person, it's me. I abandoned you and the fight because I couldn't stand the thought of coming home to a dead family and was willing to do anything to keep that from happening. Far from their intended purpose calming his mother, Percy's statement just caused his mother to start crying. My babies, I'm so sorry, Molly sobbed. Mum, don't cry, Percy said frantically. His usual way of dealing with Penny wouldn't work in this situation. The very thought of snogging his mother until they both forgot what they had been talking about turned his stomach. Running to the fireplace, Percy tossed in a handful of flu powder and called his father. Dad, you there's? Percy's? Arthur's face appeared in the fireplace. Why haven't you come into work? They say you've resigned, and I've been getting odd flu calls from your girlfriend's family. Are you okay, son? I'm fine, Dad, Percy confirmed. But you need to come home. Why? Arthur's voice turned serious. What happened? I came home to tell Mum about my wedding and to apologize, and she started talking about what a terrible mother she was, Percy said quickly. I tried to tell her that she wasn't, and she started crying, and now I don't know what to do. Just stay there, son, Arthur commanded. I'll be through in a bit. Hurry, Percy begged. I don't know what to do. I just have to take care of a few things, Arthur said calmly. I'll be there in a minute. Arthur pulled his head out of the fireplace and mulled over what he'd just heard. On the one hand, Percy was his son. On the other, the boy had distanced himself from his family, as much as he hated to admit it. Arthur took a pinch of flu and tossed it into the fireplace to call his older sons. What is it, Dad? Charlie answered the flow. Can you get in touch with Bill? Arthur asked quickly. Yeah, he's right here. Why? Charlie replied with a nervous frown. I need the both of you to wait a few minutes and then go home, Arthur said. There might be something wrong. We'll go over right now, Charlie said quickly. No, Arthur ordered. Wait for 5 minutes and then go. I just have a bad feeling and I think it's best to be careful. What's happening? Charlie demanded. Percy called me, and he says that your mother is crying, Arthur answered. I'm just worried about why she might be happening and what might be happening. I'm sure everything is fine. Like you said, better safe than sorry. Charlie pursed his lips. Okay, Dad, we'll be over in a few minutes. Thanks, boys, Arthur said with a smile. If nothing is wrong, then let's just say that I asked you to come because I thought it would help calm your mother. Then why not call the twins too? Charlie asked, just want to keep our stories straight. When have they ever calmed your mothers? Arthur grinned, and they're busy with their shop right now. Got it, Charlie said quickly. Good luck, Dad. Thanks, boys, Arthur said in reply, and ended the call. Pulling his head out of the fireplace, Arthur checked his wand to make sure it was readily available, and then with one last sigh, Arthur popped back home to meet his fate. Dad, Percy called out to his father when he heard the pop. I'm so glad you're here. It's okay, son, Arthur said with a smile. I'm here now. Arthur. Molly flung herself on her husband and put her face in his shoulder. Now, why don't you tell me what happened? Arthur suggested. I came home to apologize and to invite everyone to my wedding, Percy said quickly. Then Mum asked if I was going to come home, and I said that we were safe, so I was just going to have a wedding and we'd stay where we were. Where did you go? Arthur asked calmly. What else happened? I got a new job, Dad, Percy said quickly. And I'm not sure if I'm supposed to talk about it yet. Mum asked why I left, and I told her it was because they didn't bother ministry families that stayed out of things last time, and because I was too cowardly to face the possibility of coming home and finding Penny and the baby dead, and that's when she said that she was a horrible mother and started crying. Percy took a deep breath. I think I understand, Arthur said slowly. Why don't you go wait in the sitting room for your brothers? I'll do my best to calm your mother, and then the 5 of us can visit. Great idea, Dad, Percy said enthusiastically. Thanks for coming. Can I talk to you about being a father later? Penny and I are expecting. I'd be happy to talk to you about that, Percy. Arthur's voice was choked with emotion. It was the bottom of the 9th and the bases were loaded, or they would be if it was a baseball game instead of a Quidditch game, so no bases were loaded, and the snitch had yet to be caught. It was the Gryffindor match against their arch-rival Slytherin, and the score was tied at 150. Ginny was in her element. The cheers of the crowd had faded to a dull roar in the back of her mind, and a flicker of gold to her left indicated that the game might soon be over. Ginny turned her head to focus on the snitch and made a mad dash across the field to end the game. Taking her hand off the broom in anticipation of her victory, she smiled as the snitch got closer and closer. She was about 3 broom lengths away from the snitch when a light flashed behind her eyes and the world went black. Goyle grinned stupidly at his beater bat still coated with a thin layer of his victim's blood. The slow-witted boy ignored the screams of the crowd and the instructions of the referee. All that mattered is that he had followed Draco's instructions and won the game for Slytherin. What are you going to do about this? Ron demanded. He felt sick to his stomach as he watched his younger sister get carried off the field. That was some of the dirtiest play that I have ever had the misfortune to watch, Madame Hooch replied in disgust. But the league rules are very clear in regards to the penalty I am allowed to give in this sort of situation. 3 penalty shots. What? Ron screamed in outrage. You're letting them off. I don't have a choice in this matter, Mr. Weasley, Madame Hooch said in disgust. I suggest that you call in an alternate seeker? Fine, Ron growled. But this isn't over. Ron flew his broom to the Quidditch stands to find his 2 best friends. What did Hooch say? Harry asked calmly. Penalty shots, Ron said with a shake of his head. She said that she couldn't do any more. You want me to come in? Harry raised an eyebrow. Yeah, mate, Ron agreed. After all that, there's no way I'm going to let those dirty snakes win. You grab my broom, Harry commanded. I'm going to toss a uniform over this and be down shortly. Right, Ron agreed. The red-headed boy flew his broom to where his sister had landed and picked Harry's broom up off the ground. Guess it's a good thing Harry let you use his broom, Jin," Ron muttered to himself. "We'll get M for you." Shaking his head to banish the disturbing thoughts that threatened to take over, Ron made the short flight to the sidelines where his friend was waiting. "Thanks," Harry said with a grateful nod as he took his broom. "Let's get this over then." The two boys flew up to meet the rest of the team, and Harry hovered across from the opposing seeker. "Looks like we're gonna watch two seekers get carried off the field in one game," Draco said in his usual tone. "A rare treat, huh, boys?" Harry's only outward reaction to the other boys' mocking words was a small grin. "I don't want to see any more dirty play in this game." Madam Hooch glared at the Slytherin team. Play has resumed. Harry accelerated across the field with Draco at his heels with a grin on his face. He got to the end of the pitch, then whirled to face the other seeker. The Slytherin boy didn't have time to react to Harry's change in direction before Harry's boot smashed him across the face and threw him to the ground. A hush fell over the arena, and all eyes turned to stare at Harry as he sat calmly on his boom. "Guess we owe them a penalty shot then," Harry said in an unemotional voice. His face was impassive as he watched Malfoy get carried off the field. Yes, 2 shots." Hooch managed to overcome her shock to make the call. "Bloody hell, mate," Ron whispered at his friend. "Who do you think'll get out of the hospital wing first?" Harry smiled at the listening Slytherins. "I'm guessing Ginny. I think I felt a couple teeth break when I hit Malfoy. If he gets out first, then I guess we can just put him back," Ron replied with a grin, sure that his friend was putting on a show. "Best get back to your post, mate," Harry suggested. "Looks like they found someone to replace Malfoy, and it's time for those shots." "Right, mate," Ron agreed. "Relax," Harry told the trembling first year that had been thrown in as Malfoy's last-minute replacement. "If you play clean with me, then I will play clean with you. If you want to play dirty—" "I'll behave," the firstie said quickly. "Thank you." "The thing about the houses," Harry continued, "is that they don't really matter in the real world. Malfoy is a git. I am not going to treat you like him if you don't act like him. That goes for everyone in your house." "I'll tell them," the firstie assured Harry. "Would you like a little piece of advice?" Harry glanced behind the first year. "Something to make you a better seeker?" "What?" the first year asked quickly. "Keep your head on a swivel," Harry said with a smile. "You never know where the snitch will turn up." The first year's head turned by reflex, and his eyes widened when he noticed the snitch hovering just out of reach. Making a last-minute lunge, the Slytherin seeker was beaten out at the last minute by the longer arms of his more experienced opponent. "Good job," Harry spoke out of the corner of his mouth as the two neared the ground. "Better than Draco ever did, but that might be because he had to buy his way onto the team." The after-game party in the Gryffindor party was a bit more subdued than it normally was. One of their own was in the hospital wing, and it dampened everyone's spirits when that happened, unless it was Harry. He spent so much time in the hospital wing that people started getting nervous when he managed to stay out of it for more than a coup months. All eyes turned to look at the portrait when it opened, and most of them widened in shock when Ginny walked into the room. "Why aren't you in the hospital wing?" Ron demanded. "Madame Pomfrey said that I'd be fine after a little rest," Ginny replied with a grin. "So I told her that I'd be able to rest in my own bed better than I would in the hospital wing." "She bought that?" Ron asked in shock. "I wonder why Harry never tried that." "She thinks Harry's made of glass, and she doesn't like it when he's out of her sight," Hermione spoke up. "Speaking of Harry, where is he? I haven't seen him since the game." Ginny looked nervous. "Harry hasn't been here?" "No, why?" Hermione asked. "Because Malfoy's goons are in the hospital wing," Ginny answered reluctantly. "Madame Pomfrey says that it looked like they'd fallen down a flight of stairs. Are you sure you haven't seen Harry?" "Not since the game," Hermione confirmed. "But I wouldn't worry about it. Harry wouldn't do something like that." "Yeah," Ron agreed quickly. Now get off to bed, or I'll go down to the hospital wing to tell Madame Pomfrey that you've been up and about. Just let me grab a few snacks to take with me, Ginny agreed. And I'll go right up. We'd better go make our rounds, Hermione suggested. Let's go, Ron. Good idea, Ron replied quickly. Let's go. The two friends walked into the hall and down the corridor. I don't see anyone, Ron said quietly. Do you really think that Harry put Malfoy's bodyguards in the hospital? Hermione asked nervously. Maybe, Ron said after a few moments of thought. I would have said no last year, or at least not without asking for help. Hell, last year it would have been me asking for help and you helping Harry talk me down. But he's changed over the summer, Hermione spoke quietly. And I'm not sure if it was for the better. He's so distant. Give him time, Ron whispered. I think that he might be trying to work through Sirius's death. Maybe Cedric's too. What can we do? Hermione was close to tears. I'm watching him slip away from us, and I don't know what to do. I don't know either, Ron admitted. But I don't think demanding answers will help. You know how he can get. Yes, I know how he can get, Hermione growled. I think I know why Harry's acting the way he is lately. Really? Ron asked quickly. Why? I bet that kid is trying to protect us, Hermione spoke through clenched teeth. He thinks we're targets for being his friends, and he's trying to distance himself to protect us. That stupid git. What gives him the right to do this to us? You could be right, Ron agreed. You heard how he reacted in the Department of Mysteries when he thought you were dead. Add that to what happened to Sirius. That bloody bastard. Hermione was working herself into a rage. What gives him the right to make our decisions for us? Same thing that gives everyone else to make his decisions for him, Ron suggested. And need I remind you that our hands aren't clean in this matters? I know, Hermione groaned, going from rage to depression in an instant. We never should have listened when they told us not to give Harry any news. What do we do, Ron? I don't know, Ron said quietly. You're supposed to be the smart one. I don't think we should push him on this, though. It would only make him dig his heels in, Hermione agreed. He can be so stubborn sometimes. Okay, here's what I think we should do. We should remind Harry that we'll follow him everywhere and tell him how confident we are in his leadership skills. Sounds good, Ron said quickly. Now, let's get back to the party. Ron awoke the next morning and walked down to the common room to find Hermione waiting. Good morning, Ron greeted his friend with a smile. Is Harry awake yet? Hermione demanded. I didn't see him in his bed, Ron said. I assumed he was down here. I've been down here waiting for him for the last 2 hours, Hermione said. I know he didn't get past me. He wakes up early sometimes, Ron explained with a shrug. Especially after he gets back from summer holiday. Oh, come on. We have to go find him, so we can start reassuring him that we'll always be by his side. Hermione dragged Ron out of the common room and to the Great Hall. I was thinking that I'd focus on telling him what a great leader he is while you focus more on the loyalty and friendship, Hermione suggested. With any luck, we'll have Harry back to normal before Christmas. Miss Granger, Mr. Weasley. McGonagall intercepted the duo at the entrance to the main hall. May I have a moment of your time? I have a bit of news for the two of you. What can we do for you, Professor? Hermione asked. You two have been excused from classes to attend the wedding of one of Mr. Weasley's brothers, McGonagall replied. Mr. Weasley's mother also made it a point of telling me that she would like Mr. Weasley to bring his girlfriend along. What about Harry? Ron asked. And Ginny? I have already informed Mr. Potter, and I shall tell your sister when she comes down for breakfast, McGonagall said. If there are no more questions? Which brothers? Hermione asked quickly. Percy, McGonagall spoke quickly. And Mr. Weasley's other brothers have asked me to instruct him that if he does not attend, then they shall be forced to break both of his legs. Apparently, there are some things that must be resolved in a face-to-face meeting. Anything else? No, Professor. Ron shook his head. Be in the Great Hall at the start of classes. There will be a port key to take you to your location. Minerva instructed. The Transfiguration Mistress gave each student a fond smile and then returned to her place at the head table. Girlfriend? Hermione gave Ron an odd look. Sort of. Ron's face reddened to match his hair. Hannah and I have been talking to each other this summer. Sorry I haven't said anything, but I wanted to keep it to myself for a while. She's nice, Hermione said after a moment of thought. I think she'll be good for you. Thanks, Ron said with a shy grin. I'm glad you think so. Let's go find Harry, Hermione suggested. Yeah, Ron agreed. Ron and Hermione were soon joined by Ginny. The three of them searched the Great Hall all morning in vain and finally gave up as breakfast was coming to a close. Where is he? Hermione frowned. Nobody's seen him since the game. McGonagall said she told him to come down here, Ron said nervously. Do you think we should go looking for him? Professor, Ginny called out as their head of house entered the room. Have you seen Harry's? Yes, Minerva replied. I just spoke with him. He said that he just wanted to grab a few things and that he'd be right down. I'm here, Professor, Harry called out. Sorry I took so long. Quite all right, Mr. Potter, Minerva said. The old woman pulled out a long strip of ribbon and held it out. The port key is this strip of ribbon. It is set to go off when you say the words wedding and Percy's in the opposite order. Before you go, there is something I need to warn you about. What's that, Professor? Hermione asked nervously. The ceremony itself is being conducted in Mr. Black's home, Minerva said. So, I would not advise you to go wandering off or to break anything. What? The four students asked in shock. I'm told that all will be explained when you arrive, Minerva said as she handed over the ribbon. I suggest that you use this port key soon. You wouldn't want to be late, would you? Of course not, Professor. Hermione took the ribbon and made sure that everyone had a hold. Percy's wedding. The port key trip was the longest that any of them had ever taken. They finally arrived in a dark stone room in front of an odd little man and a taller, smiling girl. Hello, the tiny man called out. I'm the professor, and this is my henchgirl. Henchgirl. Hello, henchgirl waved. Hello again, Professor. Hermione greeted the little man. Nice to meet you, henchgirl. Is this really Mr. Black's home? Ginny asked hesitantly. Why, yes, it is, the professor replied. Is Mr. Black here? Ron asked nervously. He could be, the professor agreed. One never knows.
What do you mean by that?
Hermione asked, eager to learn as much about the mysterious Mr. Black as she could. Mr. Black could be anywhere, the professor replied with a grin. He could be standing right in front of you, and you wouldn't know it unless he wanted you to. So, he could be in this room right now. Hermione looked around. He could be standing right next to you, and you'd never know it, the professor replied with a smirk. Could someone show me where the bathroom is? Harry asked quickly. I think I might be sick after that port key. Come with me, henchgirl said with a perky smile. I'll show you. Thanks, Harry replied gratefully, and the two of them walked out of the room. So tell me, henchgirl asked after the two of them were out of earshot. Do you really need the bathroom, or did you just want to talk to me? I don't get sick anymore, Harry replied. Not since, and port keys don't bother me after all the ones I used this summer. Why don't we go find someplace private, henchgirl suggested. If anyone asks why it took so long, I took you to the hospital wing because I was worried about you or something. Sounds good, Harry agreed. How has everyone been? It's only been a couple weeks, henchgirl said with a grin. I know, Harry said, but I've missed everyone. How's school? Terrible, Harry said quickly. I'm too bloody paranoid to sleep in my dorm. Most of the classes are too easy, and Defense Against the Dark Arts has turned into the history of Mr. Black. Really? Henchgirl coughed to cover her laughter. Really? Harry confirmed. I don't know if I can stay there all year, and I'm sure I can't stay for 2. You'll manage, Henchgirl said with a shrug. And if you can't, you can always come back here. Why is Percy getting married here? Harry asked, changing the subject. Because he works for you now, Henchgirl replied. Okay, why is he working for me? Harry asked in a low voice. Several reasons, Henchgirl replied. One of which is that we owe him after what a couple of our agents did. What happened? The twins decided that they needed to know why he left the family, Henchgirl whispered back. Turns out he did it to protect his wife and unborn child. I suppose I can respect that, Harry agreed. Why do we owe him? The twins asked where his family was, Henchgirl replied. So he bit through his tongue to keep from answering. I can respect that too, Harry said after a moment of thought. Good work. 46. It's a great day for a white wedding. It was a bright sunny day that found the gathered Weasley clan with their assorted hangers on milling about behind their home in preparation for their trip. Does everyone have everything? Molly called out as the group prepared to activate their portkey. Everyone looks ready, Mum, Charlie spoke up. Fred George? Molly raised an eyebrow. We're fine, Mum, the twins agreed. Could you take a look at my hair? Hannah asked quickly. I think I've got it looking right, but… I'll take a look at it, dear, Molly agreed. Thanks for letting me come with your group, Hannah said. I can't believe I left my formal robes at home. No reason you should have taken them to Hogwarts with you, Molly said. I know, it's just… I feel like I should have been more prepared, Hannah replied. Is everyone here? Arthur spoke up, noticing that his wife was distracted with some sort of mysterious female ritual. Yeah, Dad, Bill agreed. We're all here. Then let's go, Arthur decided. Everyone grab hold. Wedding. The portkey activated, and the group felt themselves pulled south to the mysterious Mr. Black's Island fortress. The group landed in an empty room and looked around nervously. Who knew what sort of dark creature might greet them? Hey, Mum, Ron called out from behind the group. Ron, Hermione, Ginny, where's Harry? Molly asked with a frown. She had counted the children and found one missing. Didn't he come? He came, Ron confirmed. But the portkey made him sick, so he's in the bathroom or something. That poor dear, Molly said sympathetically. Do you think I should go look after him? He'll be fine, Mum, Ron said. Someone's already looking after him.
Well.
Molly pursed her lips. And we really should be getting to Penny, Hermione added. Her mother hasn't gotten here yet, and she doesn't have anyone to keep her company. She doesn't, Molly frowned. Let's go attend my future daughter. Harry had better appreciate this, Hermione muttered as she followed Molly out of the room. What was that, dear? Molly asked. Just worrying about Harry, Hermione replied with a false grin. I'm sure he'll be fine, Molly said. The important thing is that we get to Penny and make sure that she's ready for the wedding. In another part of the fortress, Harry and Henchgirl were relaxing over a warm mug of tea. So then he goes outside and sees all the Yukiana sunbathing without any clothes on, Henchgirl said with a suppressed laugh. And I thought his head would explode. He just took a few deep breaths and came back inside. Then he turned to me and said, Okay, I take it back. I can see why Mr. Black is worshipped as a god of fertility. God of fertilities? Harry asked through wheezing laughter. Some town in Bulgaria, Henchgirl replied. Something about a pack of Vila, so anything interesting happened to you? Aside from finding out how the rest of the world saw my vacation? Harry asked with a grin. No. It's been great. Nice and quiet. I heard something about a broken jaw. Henchgirl's nose scrunched up, and some dead Death Eaters. I broke some idiot's jaw after he put Ginny in the hospital, Harry said quickly. And I don't think I really killed those Death Eaters. It was in a room of requirements, so I'm not sure if they were really there. Room of requirements? Hench Girl wanted clarification. It's a room in Hogwarts that provides anything you need, Harry explained. You walk past it 3 times and think of what you need, and a door appears. Oh, so you don't think it gave you real Death Eaters? Hench Girl said with a slow nod. No, my life isn't that simple. Harry agreed. I guess it wouldn't hurt to try it out. Would you mind taking a few magical readings with your hex quarter? Hench Girl asked hopefully. A room like that could be useful in the testing and prototype stages. Sure, Harry agreed. I'll also see if I can't get the room to show me how it was made. Be sure to record anything it gives you, Hench Girl said. And I'll be sure to show the architect your raw data. I just love the look he gets on his face when we show him new things to incorporate, Harry said with a grin. Looks like a child in a room full of potions texts, Hench Girl agreed. Right, any progress on Spellbook? Harry asked. We've made some, Hench Girl agreed. But there's something else I wanted to talk with you about. What's that? Harry asked. The various magical law enforcement agencies have been asking to send people to you for instruction, Hench Girl replied. And they're offering to give anything to get it. I see. We might be able to use this, Harry said slowly. That was my thought, Hench Girl agreed. But I wasn't sure how we could arrange things. Rather than me teaching them, why don't we have them teach each other? Harry suggested. We get each one to teach their spells and specialties. Kind of like a finishing school for the professionals, Hench Girl nodded. But what happens when they've all taught each other? It'll never happen, Harry said smugly. Too many people and too many things to learn. Tell them that I might drop in occasionally to teach something obscure like how to make an Atlantean omelet or to erect ancient Egyptian wards. But who knows? Hench Girl said, getting into the spirit of things. No one can predict when or if the mysterious Mr. Black might decide to show up, and who knows what he might teach. I think teaching them to make an Atlantean omelet would be great. It'd really mess with their heads. Make sure everyone has a badge, and everyone agrees to help if we ask for it, Harry continued. Or, if not a badge, something to blur their faces while they're here. Good idea, Hench Girl agreed. That'd let you attend all the classes you want without anyone being the wiser. I try, Harry said with a blush. Any problems with your equipment? Hench Girl asked with a grin. Nope, Harry shook his head. Everything is working the way it should.
I think.
Good, Hench Girl replied. Can I see your motorcycles? Sure, Harry agreed.
Why? He's cute, Hench Girl said.
And I miss him. Cute? Harry asked incredulously. Cute, Hench Girl confirmed. Hasn't anyone ever told you that girls like horses? I hadn't thought of that. How about I leave him here for a while so you can keep him company? Harry suggested with a grin. I'm not going to need him with me at Hogwarts. If you say so, Hench Girl agreed. I do, Harry said firmly. Do you mind if I name him? Hench Girl asked hopefully. Sure, Harry said with a shrug. If you like. Yay, Hench Girl cheered. Thanks, Harry. No problem, Harry said with a smile. Whatever makes you happy. Should we head back to your friends now? Hench Girl asked quietly. Is it time for the wedding? Harry said as he checked his watch. No, Hench Girl shook her head. We've still got a bit of time. Then I'd rather wait here with you, Harry replied. They're my friends, but... I understand, Hench Girl said. So tell me about your friends. I haven't had a chance to meet with them, and I'd like to know what to expect. The girls led Molly and Hannah down several halls to the rooms that had been set aside for Penny's use before the wedding. Penny, Molly called out as she entered the room. Are you in here? Yes, Penny replied nervously. Thank you for coming, Mrs. Weasley. Call me Mum Penny, dear. Molly pulled the younger woman into a hug. You're part of the family now. I'm sorry, Penny said as tears began flowing down her cheeks. Percy left because of me, and I'm so sorry. There's nothing to be sorry about, dear, Molly replied. Now dry those tears and tell me when you're expecting my first grandchild to be born. Another month and a half, Penny replied with a bit of hesitation. That's wonderful, Molly said enthusiastically. Would you like me to come down to keep you company when you get close? I wouldn't want to be any trouble, Penny demurred. No trouble at all, Molly waved off her soon-to-be daughter-in-law's concerns. With the children at school, I'd just sit around the house all day. It'd be good to take care of someone again. You don't mind living in Mr. Black's fortress for a little while you wait?
Penny asked.
Color was starting to return to the girl's cheeks. Of course not, Molly replied. I'm sure he's very nice when you get to meet him. What's he like? Hannah overcame her shyness to ask the question that all the girls wanted to hear. I'm not sure, Penny replied. I haven't met him yet. I don't think he's on the island. What's it like living here? Hermione asked. I heard that Mr. Black had the largest collection of Egyptian scrolls in the world. It's empty, Penny said with a smile. There aren't too many people here right now, so it can be a bit lonely. All the more reason for me to come down here, Molly interjected. Do you know if it's going to be a boy or a girl? Ginny asked quietly. No, Penny said quickly. Percy and I wanted it to be a surprise. Everyone looked up as the door opened again to admit an older version of Penelope. Are you in here, Penny? The distinguished-looking woman called out. Mum. Penny's voice choked up. Harry watched as Henchgirl showered his motorcycle's horse form with attention. Mortis? Harry asked incredulously. Isn't that a bit redundant? It's a cute name, Henchgirl replied quickly. Don't you think so, Mortis? The translucent stallion neighed in an agreement as it took a deep sniff of Henchgirl's hair. See, Henchgirl said triumphantly. He likes it. What Eve? Oh hell, Harry said. What is it? Henchgirl asked. You're supposed to give a wedding present at a wedding, right? Harry asked nervously. The doctor took care of that, Henchgirl replied. Mr. Black got them some sort of hovering enchanted ball that will watch over and protect their baby. What about Harry Potter's? Harry said quickly. Harry Potter got them an ever-full jar of milk. It has several settings, and he thought it would be good for the baby, and because he didn't know if there were cows on Mr. Black's island, so he thought they might be able to use it, Henchgirl said with a grin. He picked it up on his vacation, and if they try to trace it back, they'll find that they can be bought in a small country town with a large dairy industry for a modest price. You guys think of everything, don't you? Harry asked with a smile. Yup, Henchgirl agreed. We've also slipped Hermione a book on useful household charms for child-rearing to give, and Ron a small training broom. They asked the doctor about it, and she told them that Harry had passed off his gift, and then worried that his friends might have forgotten. The doctor worried that this might distress her patient, and decided to resolve the matter. Poor Harry. Worst case of portkey sickness she'd ever seen. And they say I'm supposed to be the super spy, Harry said with a laugh. The doctor said something about how an efficient support staff is essential to the success of your endeavors, Henchgirl explained. And then she started telling us what we should do. Oh, Harry said with a slow nod. I guess that makes sense. That it does, Henchgirl agreed with a glance at her watch. We'd better start heading towards the chapel. There's a chapel here? Harry asked. Sort of, Henchgirl agreed with a shrug. The architect built one when he heard there was going to be a wedding. It'll shift itself to a dozen different forms depending on what sort of ceremony you want to have. He just wanted an excuse to do some more construction, Harry sighed. Well, whatever makes him happy. Harry and Henchgirl walked down a long hallway and through a set of double doors and into what looked like a large reception and banquet hall. Who's going to perform the ceremonies? Harry asked as they approached a large group of people. There isn't going to be a ceremony, Henchgirl replied. They're already married. Mr. Black arranged all this so his friend from Shimmery Law could give a blessing to the young couple and so their families could have a chance to come see them. Shimmery Law? Hermione croaked. It's real? Of course it is, Hench Girl agreed. You didn't think Mr. Black would ask the Llama of Shangri-La to give his blessing if he didn't exist, did you? I meant that I thought Shangri-La was a myth, Hermione explained. Well, you were wrong, Hench Girl replied. They just like their privacy. Oh, and Mr. Black knows where it is? Hermione asked, wanting to get as much information as possible. Of course he does, Hench Girl said with a nod. He spent a long time studying there. Feeling better, Harry? Hermione asked sympathetically, hoping to change the subject. Much, Harry answered. I even got some stuff for my stomach that might keep me from being so sick after we return to Hogwarts. That's good, Hermione said happily. Looks like things are starting. An elderly man in a saffron robe entered the room and walked to the front of the crowd. Clearing his throat, the elderly man chanted a couple of sutras. Percy then walked to his place in front of the old man and waited nervously for his bride. Penny shot her husband a nervous smile as she walked up the aisle to take her place by his side, and the old monk began to talk. I've been asked to come here to give my blessings to this young couple by my good friend, Mr. Black, the old man in the saffron robe said with a serene look on his face. He told me of their great love for each other and how their devotion was so strong that they gave up everything to protect their unborn child. As you have already married in the eyes of the law, this will be short. Do you promise to show each other love and respect each other? I do, Percy agreed. I do, Penny concurred. Then I have no reservations, and I will grant you my blessing without further delay, the old monk said with a smile. The crowd watched as the old man chanted another sutra. After he finished, a large smile bloomed on the man's face. Let me be the first to congratulate you and to wish you a long life of peace and happiness. Thank you, Penny replied quietly. Yes, thank you, Percy agreed. The crowd cheered as Penny embraced her husband and captured his lips in a long kiss. What happens now? Percy asked after managing to come up for air. We eat, the monk replied simply. If we're following the tradition that I'm familiar with, that sounds fine. Penny gave her own opinion of the matter. The crowd broke up and headed towards the food on the large tables around the perimeter of the room. What's this? Ron asked as he ladled a strange-looking food onto his plate. That, the professor glanced over, is an Atlantean dish of some sort. I believe Mr. Black said that he got it from a chap named Murden. Murdens? Ron asked, pronouncing the strangely familiar name. Yes, the professor agreed. Mr. Black said that the poor bloke wasn't much of a wizard, but that he had some good recipes. Oh, Ron replied. What are you eating, Ron? Hermione asked when she joined her friend. Hello, Professor. Hello, Miss Granger, the professor replied with a smile. Some recipe from a guy named Murden, Ron replied as he shoved a great mass of it into his mouth. It's good. Don't talk with your mouth full, Hermione scolded. Murdens. According to Mr. Black, the professor began. While he wasn't much of a wizard, he was a decent cook. I'll say, Ron agreed. It can't be, Hermione gasped. What else can you tell me about Murdens? Not much, the professor replied. He loved doing this to people. Mr. Black says that he was some snot-nosed kid that was tossed out of Atlantis for being so underpowered, not a bad sort though, and like I said, a decent cook. What happened after that? Hermione demanded. I don't know, the professor said with a shrug. I think he went to your part of the world. Mr. Black never said much about it one way or the other. But, Hermione said dumbly. I think you fried her brain, Ron said happily. I always wanted to see that happen. Yes, well, I can't imagine why she'd act like that, the professor said innocently. Girls, Ron explained with a shrug, are strange, and they do things like that for no reason. I suppose, the professor said, scratching his chin. Hey, Ron, Harry said with a smile. What's with Hermione? Don't know, Ron said. Still throwing up? Feeling better, Harry replied. So, did Mr. Black show up? Ron demanded. I didn't see him. He's here, the professor confirmed. Where is he? Ron scanned the crowd. I told you, the professor replied smugly. He could be sitting right next to you, and you wouldn't even know it.
Well, I don't see him, Ron said.
Do you see anyone odd, Harry? In this crowd, Harry asked, shooting the professor a nasty look. You're going to have to narrow that question down quite a bit. 47. Escape from Molly Weasley. Hey, Ron, Hermione called out as she approached her friend. Have you seen Harry's? Yeah, Ron said. The boy spent a few seconds looking around before he found his target. He's over there talking with Henchgirl. Oh, Hermione said quietly. He's been spending a lot of time around her since we got here. Do you think that he's avoiding us? She's a pretty girl, Ron replied with a smile. Can't blame Harry for noticing that. I guess, Hermione said slowly. But it's like he changed when he got here, even more than he did after summer. We all changed a bit when we came here, Ron rebutted. You keep getting stunned into silence every time someone tells you more about Mr. Black. Hannah's been hovering around my mum because she wants to make sure she makes a good impression. Mum won't go more than a few feet away from Percy and Penny. And I haven't strayed far from the food. There are foods here that I've never even heard of. I'm just worried about him, Hermione said after a moment of though. I'm worried about you too. You'll be too fat to climb the stairs to your dorm if you don't let up on the food. Hannah says that she likes a man that isn't too thin, Ron said with a grin. You've never been too thin, Hermione teased. And don't talk with your mouth full. It's disgusting. You're just jealous that I can multitask, Ron said quickly. Some of us have the brain power to do two things at once, and I'm afraid that you're not one of them. Eating and talking at the same time is not multitasking, Hermione said as her face twisted into a grin. Multitasking is doing two things at once, isn't it? Ron asked slyly.
Yeah, but...
And talking and eating are two different things, right? Ron interrupted. Well, yes, but... So, by definition, that's multitasking, Ron finished smugly. Must be hard for you to loose all these arguments to me. Why you? Hermione glared. Couldn't think up a good response, huh? Ron said with a grin. Looks like the professor decided to join Harry and Henchgirl. Hermione changed the subject. Guess he didn't want Harry moving in on his girl, Ron said with a grin. I think Harry can take the little guy. I don't think the professor and Henchgirl are dating, Hermione said sharply. And even if they were, I'm sure that the professor would be mature enough to allow Henchgirl to talk to other people without getting jealous. Set your sights on someone else, Ron said quickly. The professor's too old for you. That isn't what I meant, Hermione said with a frown. And you know it, stop trying to lure me into another argument. Okay, Ron agreed with a shrug. Then if you want my opinion, I would guess that Harry is trying to get a meeting with Mr. Black so that he can get some new stuff for the DA. That does sound like something Harry would do, Hermione said slowly. And you'd have been able to figure that out if you'd stop worrying about Harry being different and accept the fact that people change, Ron teased. Just accept the fact that he's growing up and you'll be much happier. I suppose, Hermione said. Across the room, Harry continued his conversation with the professor and Henchgirl. I completed those wands you asked about. The professor slipped Harry a large package. Bright orange, pink, and other pastel colors. Great, Harry said enthusiastically. And you're sure that no one can listen in on this conversation? Yup, Henchgirl replied. We've been developing new spells. This one is based on some of those odd Russian ones. If anyone listens, they'll hear us talking about defense techniques, but they won't remember any specifics. You can tailor it to any situation, the professor added. You could make it a conversation about politics, sports, or anything else that might be commonly overheard. And the best part is that any listeners won't pay it the least amount of attention. They'll dismiss it as unimportant and move on. Hench Girl said proudly. That last part took a solid week to get right. You guys really outdid yourselves on that one, Harry said in amazement. We try, Hench Girl replied modestly. Do you have any other ideas for devices? The professor got straight to the point. Just one, Harry said slowly. I was wondering if a device that mixed potions would be possible to make. My idea was that you would drop in the ingredients and the device would do all the work. Maybe, Hench Girl said slowly. It wouldn't be able to do some of the more complex potions and the quality wouldn't be as high, but it might be possible. Would it be possible to make it into a flask? Harry said with a grin. Or failing that, could you make a flask that could hold potions in the best way that they need to be stored? It would have hot charms for potions that are best hot, and so on. Maybe, the professor said with a thoughtful grin. What do you think, Hench Girl? I think the hardest thing would be a tricky bit of spell work to make the flask recognize the potion that you filled it with, but it shouldn't be a problem after that, Hench Girl said. We might be able to get something like that, mix some of the simpler potions. It'd be hard to get it into something that small. Would it be possible to make your vitamin potions in it? Harry asked hopefully. They're good, and I miss them. That's another idea, Hench Girl mused. A flask that will mix up drinks, that would be much simpler to make. Might have more of a market too, Harry agreed. Sounds interesting anyway, the professor added. I think it'd be fun to make. Great, Harry said with a grin. Hench Girl tells me that the various law enforcement agencies want to turn this place into a school? Yes, the professor agreed. I think it may be a good thing for us. What are your thoughts on the matter? I think it could be a good thing, Harry said. Are we sure that we can do this without letting them know any more than we have to? I think I understood that. Hench Girl's eyes crossed. And yes, they'll only learn what we want them to learn about us. Great, Harry said with growing enthusiasm. See if we can get Moody to teach a few classes and be sure to record anything that gets taught. Records? The professor asked. It would be nice to have a library of classes taught by various people, Harry explained. Let's say, for example, that Moody gives a class on dueling that I can't go to for one reason or another. If we have a recording, then I can watch it in my own time. I think I have a few ideas for how this might work, Hench Girl said. What do you think, Professor? I also have a few ideas, the professor said with a nod. And some of them involve having to build specialized classrooms. That'll keep the architect happy, Harry murmured. Looks like things are winding down. Might be a good idea to drift back to the group you came with, Hench Girl suggested. Else they'll start to wonder why you're spending so much time with us. I suppose, Harry agreed. You guys take care. Don't hesitate to call me if you need me for some reason. We won't, the professor promised. Are you sure you want to go back to school? Hench Girl asked. You don't seem like you like it very much, and I'm sure that you're not learning much that you don't know. Good point. Harry sighed. The world moved and Hogwarts stayed in the same place. I'm going to try to stick it out for a little longer. Maybe things will get better. Okay, Hench Girl agreed. But don't forget that you have a home here, and don't forget that I can teach you potions better than anyone at that school of yours. I'm fairly good with charms, the professor added. And I'm sure that it would be possible to learn from the others also. Thanks, guys, Harry said with a tight smile. I'll see you later. Goodbye, my friend. The professor took his hand. Bye, Harry, Hench Girl said sadly. We'll miss you. I'll miss you guys too, Harry said with a tight smile. Well, I guess I'd better get back to being Harry Potter. Harry took a deep breath and then forced his features into impassivity. Giving one last smile to his friends, he turned and walked back into the crowd. Looks like Harry's finished his conversation, Ron said with a grin. Think we should go talk to him? Hermione asked nervously. I'm staying with the food, Ron said quickly. But you can feel free to leave if you want. Thanks, Ron, Hermione replied. It was hard, but the girl managed to force herself not to mention her friend's eating habits. Ignoring Ron's snicker, Hermione walked across the room to meet with her other best friend. "Hey, Harry." "Hello, Hermione," Harry replied. "How are you enjoying the party?" "It's fascinating to have a chance to learn more about Mr. Black," Hermione said quickly. "I agree," Harry said with a smirk. "The more I learn about the exploits of the mysterious Mr. Black, the more shocked I am that any of them could have ever happened." "Are you feeling better?" Hermione asked suddenly. "Much," Harry agreed. "I saw you talking to the professor and henchgirl," Hermione said slowly. "Oh, yes," Hermione confirmed. "Are they as interesting as one might think?" "Yes, they are," Harry agreed. "They're very unique people. Do you think they could help us with the defense group?" Hermione tried another tact. "Yes, I do," Harry said. "They gave me a few things that might be very useful." "Like what?" Hermione asked with a grin. Now they were getting somewhere. "You'll see," Harry replied. "I think you'll like it." "Come on, Harry," Hermione begged. "Tell me now. Are you feeling okay?" Harry asked. "You're acting a bit odd." "Odd, you say?" Hermione asked nervously. "Yes, odd," Harry agreed. "I guess it's all the excitement," Hermione said quickly. "It's not every day you visit Mr. Black's home." "No, it isn't," Harry said calmly. "So, what did you get from Henchgirl and the professor?" Hermione asked quickly. "Like I said," Harry said with an amused grin. "I'll tell you later."
When?
Hermione demanded. "Why don't we have a meeting when we get back?" Harry suggested. "I'll tell you then." "Any plans for the meeting?" Hermione turned serious. "Some dueling practice," Harry replied. "I might teach a couple new spells." "Like what?" Hermione asked. "Like the Acme Charm," Harry said with a grin. "The Acme Charm?" Hermione asked with a raised eyebrow. "Can't be 100% serious," Harry explained. "And it is a useful charm." "What is the Acme Charm?" Hermione asked after a moment of thought. "I'm not surprised you don't know it," Harry said. "It's a fairly new charm. And what does it do?" Hermione asked patently. "It drops an anvil on the target of the charm," Harry replied. "I'm told that they're working on an improved version of the charm that lets you choose to have an anvil, a piano, or a large weight with 10 tons written on the side." "Why does that sound familiar?" Hermione asked slowly. "Bugs Bunny," Harry said. "The creators of the charm got the idea from the old cartoons." "It's a good idea," Hermione said after a moment of thought. "I bet there are a lot of other things in the Muggle world that could inspire new spells." "Might be worth looking into," Harry agreed. "Looks like things are winding down. Let's round up Ron and the others," Hermione suggested. "I don't see any reason to stick around much longer." "We won't have time to go to our afternoon classes," Harry teased. "Doesn't matter how much you hurry." "But we might have enough time to set up a meeting with the defense group," Hermione retorted. "You're right," Harry said with a grin. "Let's get everyone." Harry and Hermione walked over to the table where Ron was stuffing his cheeks. "Ready to go?" Ron asked before Harry had a chance to open his mouth. "Yes, we are," Hermione agreed. "Just a sec." Ron raised his hand to wave at his girlfriend. "Hannah'll be over in a second, and she'll probably bring Ginny with her." "Plan things out ahead of time, did you?" Harry asked with a grin. "Had to," Ron replied. "I'd have never been able to get close enough to talk with her during the party. I'm surprised Mum let you go, Hermione." "I told her I had to look after Harry," Hermione said with a grin. "Poor boy would have never gotten enough to eat without someone watching him." "You what?" Harry asked in shock. "You should have seen the look on Ginny's face when I said that." Hermione's voice was tinged with laughter. It was a mixture of betrayal for being abandoned and anger at not having thought of that dodge first. "But I'm not helpless," Harry sputtered. "I can feed myself." "You'll never get Mum to believe that, mate," Ron said sympathetically. Best just to go with it and look for a chance to escape when she's not paying attention to you. Thanks for waving at me, Ron, Hannah said with a grateful smile. Your mother's great, but she can be a bit much sometimes. How could you abandon me like that? Ginny growled at Hermione. It was every girl for herself, Hermione replied with a grin. You'd have done the same to me. Yes, I would have, but I didn't have a chance, Ginny retorted. You owe me. I owe nothing, Hermione replied. You're just jealous I was smart enough to think of a way to escape first. Why don't we go to the Portkey Point? Harry suggested. We can discuss Ginny's jealousy later. You too, Harry? Ginny said in mock horror. What is this Pick on Ginny Day? Yes, it is, Hannah agreed. And it's Pick on Ron Day next week. Don't you have one of those calendars the twins put out? They put out a calendar? Ginny said quickly. I'm gonna kill those two. They put out more than just that, Hannah said with a grin.
Cute birthmark.
Birthmark? Ginny asked flatly. Yes, Hannah agreed. It's very cute. How do you know about my birthmark? Ginny asked in a dangerously calm voice. I think I'll let you work that out with the twins, Hannah said calmly. It wouldn't be proper to get involved in a family matter like this. Tell me, Ginny demanded.
Well,
Hannah began, if you're sure. I'm sure, Ginny agreed. Got ya, Hannah said with a grin.
What?
Ginny asked in shock. I got you, Hannah replied. It wasn't hard. One would think that you wouldn't have been so gullible after growing up with the twins. Gullible. Ginny growled. Apparently, Ron replied. And you were worried that a timid little Hufflepuff like Hannah would have problems in our family? Okay, Ginny conceded. I'm willing to admit that I'm not worried about her not being able to fit in. Great, Hannah enthused. Now I'm worried that she'll fit in too well, Ginny finished. I've got the Portkey, Hermione said quickly. Everyone grab hold. 48. Inflatable bust. The Portkey deposited the group of students in the Great Hall. Looks like they haven't started serving the last meal yet, Hermione said. You guys go gather the group, Harry suggested. I'll get the room of requirements ready. Everyone agreed and went their separate ways. Harry walked up to the room of requirements and focused on making a large dueling platform and a stand of bleachers. Dobby, Harry called out. Yes, Harry Potter, sirs? Dobby popped in. Would it be possible to get some food served here later? Harry asked. I was hoping to get in some studying with my friends, and I thought we might miss our dinner. Dobby will take care of it, Harry Potter, sir, the little elf agreed. Thank you, Dobby, Harry said fondly. Thank you, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby snapped back. Harry began chuckling, and the little elf disappeared. Harry opened the box to inspect the safety dueling wands. They came in an assortment of exceedingly pastel colors such as hot pink, blaze orange, and many more. They really outdid themselves with these things, Harry muttered to himself. What's this? Nestled on top of the wands was a small black book. Harry flipped open the front cover and discovered a note written on the first page. Dear Mr. Black, Henchgirl and I have been talking to the doctor, and we have come up with several curses to end lives in ways that would appear to be natural causes. These ways include, but are not limited to, heart attacks, strokes, and several slower methods. I trust that you can find a use for these in your crusade against evil and injustice. We have also included in this book several charms from our friends at Acme to liven things up, and there is the spell that we have been researching on the last page to perform the task that you asked for a spell to do, and I thought I should include it, because, well, why not? This book is charmed only to be readable to you and us. Signed, The Professor. And Henchgirl. Love, Henchgirl. While he waited for everyone to arrive, Harry opened his new book and began to read. In ones and twos, Harry's students began to arrive. Most of them choose to take a seat at the bleachers. A few of them choose to cluster around Harry. When it looked like everyone had arrived, Harry closed his book and stood up. What are we doing today, Harry? One of the younger students called out. I've got some new toys to play with and some new spells to teach, Harry replied. Yay! The students cheered. Neville, Harry said with a grin. I can trust you, right? Yeah, Harry, Neville agreed quickly. Great, Harry said with a grin. Take this wand and hit me with a reducto to the chest.
What?
Neville asked. I can trust you, Harry said with a grin. Why don't you trust me? I trust you, Harry, Neville agreed nervously. Reducto. Ginny screamed as Harry slumped to the ground. What did you do, Neville? He told me to do it, Neville said. The poor boy was close to tears. Why did he tell me to do that? Step back, Hermione ordered. Several quick steps brought her to Harry's side. There's no blood. I thought he was going to block it, Neville babbled. I thought he was going to show us a new spell. I'll do that later. Harry's voice caused everyone to jump. I take it you all enjoyed my demonstration? How dare you worry us like that, Hermione growled. I told you to trust me, Harry said with a grin. These new wands I got are for dueling practice. As you saw, they won't do any damage, but they will replicate the effects. If Neville had hit me in the arm, then I wouldn't have been able to use it, and it would have hurt quite a bit. They can cause pain? Hermione asked. Not much, Harry said quickly. And might I remind you that pain is a good teacher? I suppose, Hermione agreed. This might be a good time to teach that charm you told me about. Good idea, Harry agreed. Anyone ever heard of Bugs Bunny? Several Muggle-born and half-blood students agreed that yes, they had heard of the infamous rabbit. Acme. Harry flicked his wand. The students watched in delight as an anvil crashed into the ground. Neat, huh? Harry spent the next few minutes giving a short lecture on how to use the Acme charm, and another larger lecture explaining that while cool, the Acme charm was also dangerous and should not be used against other people except in the most dire circumstance. What about coyotes? One of the younger students asked, is it okay to use the Acme charm on coyotes? I suppose. Harry agreed slowly. But I don't think there are any coyotes in Europe. The student slumped in disappointment. Okay, everyone. Harry raised his voice. Let's spend the next few minutes practicing the charm, and then it's time for you all to go get something to eat. Everyone spent the next bit of time practicing, and after a few minutes, the younger students began to trickle out of the room, leaving behind only Harry and his inner circle. Okay, everyone, Harry said as soon as the last of the normal students left the room. Let's get something to eat.
Dobby.
Yes, Harry Potter, sir. Dobby popped in. Could you get us something to eat? Yes, Harry Potter, sir, Dobby agreed. Dobby will take your orders now. Everyone gave the strange house elf their requests, and Dobby popped out of the room to get their food. Okay, Harry said with a smile. I have a few new spells to teach. The first one is a type of shield charm, sort of. What do you mean, sort of? Hermione asked. It conjures several small objects and causes them to orbit around your body, Harry replied. They are working on a version that will home in on any incoming curses, but at the moment luck is the only thing that makes it work. Then what good is it? Ron asked. Like I said, Harry replied. They're working on a better version. If you know how to cast this version, then it'll be easier to cast the improved version when it comes out. Makes sense, Neville agreed. This next spell, Harry looked at his inner circle, was one I almost decided not to teach you, and there are several others like it that I won't be teaching. Why aren't you going to teach the others? Hermione asked. If you're going to teach one like it, then it would make sense to teach the others along the same vein. It all depends on why I'm teaching it, Harry said with a grin. This spell is one of the faster ones. It's quick enough that it'll work in battle. Some of the others take a bit longer. What's the spell, Harry? Ron asked nervously. It's called the Triple Heart Attack Curse, Harry replied. As the name suggests, it inflicts a massive and fatal heart attack on the target that kills within seconds. Why are you teaching us this, Harry? Hermione asked in horror. And why do you know other spells like this? I'm teaching this because it's not an unforgivable, Harry explained. And I want you guys to have a quicker option than a reducto. It also doesn't take much energy to cast, much less than the reducto. Anyway, you still haven't told me why you know spells like this, Hermione demanded. Tell me. I could say that you're better off not knowing, Harry replied. Or I could say something about knowing your enemy. The truth is that they could be useful, and I can't afford not to know any spell that could be useful. I can accept that, Hermione said meekly. But I don't have to like it. Anyone else have something to add? Harry asked the room. Then before I continue, let me just say this. Only a few people outside this room know this spell. I would be willing to say that I'm the only person in Britain that can cast this spell. Do not abuse it, and do not teach it to anyone else. I think it would be best to keep the knowledge of an easy and untraceable way to kill to ourselves, don't you? The group all muttered their agreement. Are you sure we need to learn this? Neville asked with a frown. Are you sure we don't? Harry retorted. Just because you know a spell doesn't mean you're going to use it. Something you all may have missed is that everyone in the magical world is armed with a deadly weapon most of the time. In general, these people don't go on rampages. What do you mean armed with a deadly weapon? Ron asked with a frown. Our wands, Hermione replied for Harry. Harry is saying that we're all dangerous without learning anything else. Something most people gloss over is the fact that the wizarding world is an armed society, Harry agreed. Yesterday, hundreds of people in the wizarding world went through their day without killing anyone. I'd say that most of these people knew spells that could cause harm or death, and none of them used them. What about the Death Eaters? Luna asked. I'm sorry, Harry, but it needed to be explained, and I didn't think anyone else would ask. That's fine, Luna, Harry said warmly. If you took away their wands, then they'd use knives. Take away the knives, they'd use sticks. Take away the sticks, they'd use rocks. Take away the rocks, they'd use their teeth, break out their teeth. Then they'd use their arms and legs. We get the point, Hermione interrupted. Spells don't kill people. People kill people. Spells and rocks and all that are just tools, Harry agreed. Just because you have tools doesn't mean that you're compelled to use them. Some people just have something wrong with their brains. For one reason or another, they kill for fun and power. The only way to protect society from these people is to kill them. It doesn't matter. If you take away their wands, they'll still find a way to cause trouble. What about prison? Ginny asked. What about prisons? Harry replied. We have several Death Eaters running around that were supposed to be locked in Azkaban forever. They got out. Prison isn't a guarantee. People can escape or be broken out. Some people are just too dangerous to be allowed to live. Besides, I personally think that the wizarding world's prisons are a disgrace. Kinder to kill them than to condemn them to life with the Dementors. I don't know about you guys, but I don't like the thought of sentencing anyone to a life of torture. Torture? Hermione asked nervously. What else would you call what the Dementors do to people? Harry said with a shrug. Dobby has brought your food, the little house elf called out. In his arms was an enormous tray. Just put it down, Dobby, Harry ordered. Would you like to join us? Harry Potter invites Dobby to eat with him. The little elf looked amazed. I'm sorry, Harry Potter, sir, but Dobby has work to do. Perhaps another time then, Harry suggested. Thank you, Dobby. We'll take it from here. The group spent the next 2 hours practicing Harry's new curse and discussing possible scenarios where the curse could be used. Ron pulled Hermione aside as the meeting broke up. Suppose you're not happy about that new curse? I'm not happy that Harry's the one teaching it, Hermione replied. I don't like watching him get colder, I'd hoped that he could have gotten through this war without. Things will get better when we have peace again, Ron reassured his friend. We just have to get through the war, and things will go back to normal. I guess, Hermione said with a frown. It's just all been so sudden. Just give it time, Ron repeated himself. War has a way of changing people, So I'm sure that peace is the same way. Harry will go back to the way he was before the war, and this'll all be just another unpleasant memory. I hope you're right, Ron, Hermione said aloud. But I'm sure you're not, she finished in her mind. Nothing would ever be the same again. The night passed, and the day went by rather quickly. Most of the students arrived early for their defense class. For the first time in years, they had a competent professor. One that wasn't a glory hound or Death Eater, one that seemed interested in teaching them how to defend themselves. Today, Professor Hamilton began. We're going to be doing a bit of dueling. Can I have some volunteers? Nearly every hand in the room shot up. May I ask why you didn't raise your hand, Mr. Potters? I thought it best to see what the competition had to offer before committing myself, Harry replied. Excellent, Hamilton said with a grin. 5 points and come to the front of the room. Why? Harry asked with a suspicious look on his face. Because you wanted to check out the competition, Hamilton replied with a grin. So, I'm going to use you as my demonstrator. I'll need a couple more volunteers. Mr. Malfoy and Weasley, I think. I'll go easy on you, Potter, Draco sneered as he walked to the front of the room. Hey, mate, Ron said with a grin. Why don't you start out, Mr. Malfoy? The professor suggested, and we'll let Mr. Weasley face the winner. Draco looked like he had won the lottery. A chance to duel and defeat Scarhead and the Weasel, and he wouldn't get in trouble for it. Could this day get any better? Fine, Draco agreed. Rules? Harry asked with a yawn. Don't use the unforgivables, Hamilton replied. And try not to hurt him too much. On the count of 3, you may begin. 1, 2, 3. Serp. Malfoy's curse was abruptly interrupted when Harry took several quick steps forward and kicked him in the groin. Doing my part to reduce inbreeding, Harry muttered under his breath. Every male in class winced at the sound of hardened leather impacting on the future generation of the Malfoy family, and more than one boy got violently ill when they saw the poor Slytherin's feet lift off the ground. Harry ended the duel with a stunner. Most of the students would later agree that it was the kindest thing he could have done considering the circumstances. You wouldn't do that to me, would you, mate? Ron asked nervously. I don't know, Harry began. There are plenty of Weasleys in the world, and the world could do to have plenty more, right, mate? Ron said quickly. Sure, Harry agreed. I like Weasleys. If you gentlemen are finished with your pre-game banter? Hamilton asked in amusement. Then you may begin in 1, 2, 3. Hey, look, Harry said, pointing over Ron's shoulder. Parkinson's in the nip. What? Ron asked as he turned to look. Needless to say, Harry's first and last spell ended the match. Sorry, mate, Harry said to his petrified friend. Thank you for that demonstration, Mr. Potter. Please take another 40 points, Hamilton called out. Everyone pair up and get in line. The rest of the class's duels went in a much more traditional manner, and Hamilton looked ready to cry. It seems that Mr. Potter was the only one in this class that read the study material, the professor said sadly. Or perhaps the only one who understood. What do you mean, Professor? Hermione asked. Why don't we let it wait until the last duel has reached its conclusion? Hamilton suggested. Miss Brown, Mr. Finnegan, Lavender, and Seamus took their places and prepared to duel. Whenever you're ready. Ready to loose? Seamus said with a grin. I'm gonna. Lavender muttered an incomprehensible spell, and Seamus's eyes bulged when he noticed a pair of new enhancements on his chest. What did you do to me? Seamus tried to retaliate, but with his new accessories getting in the way and the change in his center of gravity, he didn't stand a chance. Excellent job, Miss Brown, Hamilton's voice boomed. 50 points for reading and understanding the subject matter. Good job, Lav, Parvati cheered. What did she do? Ron asked dumbly. She won the duel with a cosmetic charm, Hamilton replied. One commonly referred to as the breast expansions charm, if I'm not mistaken. I got the idea from when Mr. Black beat those vampires with a tanning charm, and extremely red lavender explained. And I wanted to get Seamus back for talking to my chest. My eyes are a bit higher. Yeah, Parvati agreed. See how he likes having a pair of those for a few hours. In any case, well done, Hamilton said with a grin. I want 3 feet explaining other common spells that can be used in duels, and another 2 in unconventional tactics. Mr. Potter and Ms. Brown are exempt from this, and I would encourage them to use their time to do whatever they wish as a further reward. Well done, you two. 49. The trap is set. The common room of Hogwarts's most hated house was quieter than usual. Ever since his public humiliation at the hands of his arch-nemesis in the duel during defense, Slythein's leader had been sulking in his bunk. Many students took the opportunity given by Draco's absence to relax. It was wonderful to have a chance to let one's guard down a bit. Without Draco, there was a significantly smaller chance of having one's family informed if one were to lapse. Granted, nearly all of them agreed that the world would be much better if it was a pure-blood world, or, at the very least, a world where pure-bloods were able to keep their privileges, but it was so tedious having to say it all the time. Couldn't some things just be left as given? Why did the little weasel have to send off an owl the minute one allowed their focus to fall on homework rather than the constant discussion on pure-blood supremacy? Draco would never realize how lucky he had been to get through his first year without suffering an accident. In the end, the older students had decided to hold off, citing the facts that Draco's father was an important ministry official and that their head of house seemed to hold an unhealthy interest in the boy. Now, with the death of the boy's father, well, let's just say that things were beginning to change. Damn that half-blood, Draco muttered to himself. I just have to wait. The Dark Lord will show them he'll. Draco paused, and a thought began to form. Why do I have to wait? Draco mused. Why not set up a trap for that dirty Gryff Scarhead? Draco pulled out a piece of parchment and began to write what he knew about his enemy's weaknesses. The Dark Lord ambushed Potter by using my blood traitor cousin. Maybe I can do the same thing? Draco's eyes widened in shock as he realized that all he had to do was to make a few small modifications to the original plan and to freshen the bait. Feeling new energy, Draco leapt from his bed and ran down to the common room. A sort of resigned silence fell over the common room when Draco announced his presence. Back to the old routine, for now anyway. To meet everyone, Draco called out. I have a plan that will eliminate Potter and leave the way clear for our Lord. What is it? One of the 7th years asked neutrally. None of your business, Draco snapped. The only way this plan could fail is if we have a leak, and I am not going to allow Potter to escape death again by letting you know all the details. So, what are you going to tell us? The student asked mildly. Draco's explanation made a surprisingly large amount of sense if one were to ignore the source. You'll all only know enough to fulfill your part, Draco replied with a sneer. Does anyone else have any questions? I have one. Another 7th year spoke up. Who takes the blame if this fails? You idiots, Draco said arrogantly. My plan is perfect. The only way it could fail is if one of you were to muck it up. Any intelligent questions? Silence greeted the boy's last question. Good. I want you to buy an owl, something black, or perhaps do it up in Slytherin colors. I'll get right on that, the student agreed slowly. I'll also need an isolated room set aside, Draco continued, and warded so that a duel could be fought without causing any notice. I suppose I'll do that part, one of the questioning's 7th years offered. It wasn't a difficult task, it also wasn't illegal. When the boy amended. Draco's plan failed. Well, depending on how bad it failed, it might be nice to be able to turn state's evidence to get out of any accessory charges. Father always said that courts preferred to use those without too much blood on their hands. Of course, money could usually be relied upon to wash away some of the blood. Good, Draco said with a smirk. He knew that they'd all follow his lead. After all, hadn't his father been one of the Dark Lord's greatest lieutenants until he went up against, well, death? I'll also need someone to send a letter from the owl at a prearranged time. I'll do that, another weary student volunteered. And I want everyone else to stand by, Draco finished. Find a room near the dueling room to hide in until I go into the dueling room.
Why do you need that?
One of the students asked, the girl barely managing to hide her smirk. I want witnesses, Draco replied. And I might need you to keep me from being disturbed. Fine, the girl agreed. Now be about the roles I assigned, Draco commanded. So, one of the students whispered to another. Do you think that idiot's going to try to duel Potter again? Probably, the other student agreed. Dumb Git's been whining about how Potter didn't fight fair and how Potter attacked before he was ready. My guess is that moron will lure Potter down. We'll watch Potter stomp him into the ground. Then Draco will scream for help from the witnesses and complain if we pretend not to hear it. Sounds about right, dumb little bastard. With his father gone, all he's got to protect him is Snape. We can get around that, the student agreed. I don't fancy getting into a fight with Potter. He's changed. Fight's dirty. And you should look in his eyes sometime, the student continued. I've seen that look on some of my father's friends. You know the ones? Yeah, guess we won't be hearing Draco. Room had too many wards. Sounds right, I'll tell the others. Is there some reason you called this meeting, Amelia? One of the other department heads asked. Since Fudge's resignation and subsequent suicide, the department heads had been running the government. I have a dead man in one of my cells, Madam Bones replied. And he's agreed to tell me everything he knows about Voldemort on the condition that he is not sentenced to death. So, why does this concern us? The man asked slowly. Seems like the business of your department. Before I answer that, let me ask you a question. Amelia replied with a smile. Have any of you noticed that ministry casualties have been high in the last few weeks? I lost 5 of my people, the man agreed. All thanks to that idiot Fudge's policy of ignoring the problem and hoping it will go away. 7 from my department, another agreed. 4 of them in an accident involving 15 pounds of pudding. Puddings? Several of them were Death Eaters. Amelia replied quickly to get the meeting back on track. According to the information given by my sources, at least some of them were working for Mr. Black, and I have no idea of what the actual casualty lists might be. Are our departments still compromised? Arthur spoke up for the first time in the meeting. I don't know, Amelia admitted with a frown. But I think it would be a good idea to investigate the matter. Do you really think Mr. Black would allow them to live? Arthur pondered. He hasn't left many survivors in the past. I don't know, Amelia interrupted. But I've already ordered Moody to look into it. Mr. Black helps those who help themselves. Then what's the problem? Arthur asked. You seem to have things well in hand. The problem is the trials from the last war, Amelia explained. We have at least one innocent man going to prison for crimes he didn't commit. We have another that we now know escaped from prison with the help of a ministry official, and it's common knowledge that several Death Eaters bought themselves out of a kiss. So what are you saying? One of you people prompted. I'm saying that it's long past time we take a look at the way we conduct trials in our world, Amelia replied. It's long past time to update our laws and procedures so that these mockeries of justice can't happen again. I agree, Arthur said quickly. I'd also like to see the last trials wars looked over. I want every trial looked over, Amelia replied. We'll start with the ones that still have people in prison and work from there. So, what do you need from us? One of the department heads asked with a frown. Your agreement, Bones replied. Let's be honest, Mr. Black gutted our chain of command. Several of us are only acting department heads because there isn't a minister to confirm our appointments, and the rest of us were removed from the chain because that idiot Fudge was too afraid that one of us wanted his job. Mr. Black killed or disappeared everyone in the normal chain, and ministry laws are so confused that it'll take us months to figure out who's supposed to be in charge. Whether we like it or not, this group is in effective control of the ministry until we get a new minister. So, what are you saying, Amelia? Arthur asked, his mouth suddenly dry. I'm saying that I need your agreement before I do anything, Amelia said. I refuse to act without a vote of majority. To do otherwise would lead to some very unfortunate things. I agree, Arthur said. I don't think any one of us wants to be the new Fudge. Show of hands, Amelia spoke up. All in favor of my plan. I guess the motion passes. Next order of business. We've got to get a new minister. Anyone have any ideas on how to find out who's supposed to be in charge? I've been looking through the mess that Fudge left us, and I can't make heads or tails of it. We could try asking my son, Arthur suggested. He worked as Fudge's assistant. And he's also Mr. Black's agent, Amelia said with a grin. Okay, everyone, Harry called out. I think it's time to get started. Harry's students turned to him with looks of anticipation. What are we doing today, Harry? Dueling practice, Harry replied. Remember the rules. It's only cheating if the other guy does it, the students repeated with a grin. That's right, Harry agreed. The only unfair advantage is the one you don't have. This is not a game. This is war. The other rule to remember is to do unto others before they have a chance to do unto you. The students signaled their agreement and broke off into groups. Harry watched as the students practiced the skills he'd been teaching, and a smirk formed on his face. This wasn't a group that he'd willingly taken to battle, but it was a group that would surprise any attacking Death Eaters, hopefully long enough for help to arrive. Harry, Hannah called out. Could I talk with you for a minute? Sure, Harry agreed. Come on over. Hannah licked her lips nervously and walked over to Harry. I don't know how to say this. Just say it, Harry suggested. And we'll go from there. I'm sorry, Hannah spoke slowly. I know I'm letting you down, but I just don't think I could kill anyone. I'm so sorry, Harry. I'll leave the group if you want. Why would you do that? Harry asked with a puzzled look on his face. Because I can't fight, Hannah wailed. I'm useless to you, and I let everyone down. That isn't a problem, Hannah, Harry assured his friend. Do you know why I take the time to run this group? So, you'll have more people on your side when you confront Voldemort. Voldemort, Hannah replied nervously. No, said Harry. It's so you'll all have a better chance to defend yourselves if the worst happens. I have no intention of leading any of you into battle, and, to be honest, I wouldn't have a clue of how to lead you. Then what about your demonstration? Hannah had calmed. It was the quickest way I could think of to show everyone how serious the subject matter is, Harry explained. I don't want anyone playing around with the things I'm teaching you all. It's dangerous magic, and it shouldn't be played with. Thank you, Harry, Hannah said in relief. But what should I do? I don't want to hurt anyone, and I don't want to leave the group. Be creative, Harry suggested. Lav won a duel with a breast-expanding charm. You don't have to hurt people to win a duel. I could do that, Hannah agreed. What do you want me to do when you're teaching everyone the advanced spells? It wouldn't hurt to learn them, Harry said with a shrug. But if you don't want to, then I'd suggest you find something else to study. I'm afraid I might not be of too much help if want to learn something like potions or healing, but I'll do my best. Healing? Hannah asked with a smile. It could be useful to have someone around that can do a little healing, Harry agreed. Come to think of it, it'd probably be for the best if all of us learned a bit of healing magic. And it'd be really good to know how to heal before I have children, Hannah said enthusiastically. You? And Ron more serious than I'd thought, Harry asked with a grin. Hannah croaked. It's not what you think. Oh. I've always wanted to have a big family, Hannah explained. It's one of the things that attracted me to Ron. You know how big Weasley families tend to be? I know, Harry agreed. And I think you two are good for each other. We're not that serious, but it's something to think about, isn't it? Hannah asked nervously. You don't think I'm strange for thinking about these things, do you? I think you're still young, Harry spoke slowly. And I also think you're at an age when it's normal to think about what your future might hold. Thanks, Harry, Hannah said quickly. Blushing, the girl reached up and kissed Harry on the cheek. You're a good friend. Happy I could help, Harry replied. Harry checked his watch and realized that the time he'd allocated for the normal class was drawing to a close. The boy took a deep breath and raised his voice to be heard over the crowd. All right, everyone, looks like our time is coming to a close. Does anyone have any questions? Is it okay if we come up here to practice later? One of the first years asked. I'm having so much fun dueling that I don't want to stop. I don't see why not, Harry replied. Just be sure to bring a couple friends, one to practice with and the other to be around in case of accidents. Another thing you could do is ask your head of house for some advice. I know at least a couple of them are accomplished duelists. If there's nothing else, okay, keep your practice wands and try to do a little self-study before the next class. I'd like everyone to research a healing spell before our next meeting. Goodbye and good luck. The advanced group watched silently as the other students left the room, and Ron spoke up after the room had emptied. So, what are we going to learn today, Harry? I need some dummies in the corner, Harry said with a smile. Watch closely. Harry flicked his wand and muttered an incantation under his breath, causing a ball of black lightning to shoot out of the tip of his wand towards the targets. What the hell was that? Ron said in shock. Russian battle magic, Hermione whispered. That's correct, Hermione, Harry said proudly. Russian battle magic was designed to be used by half-trained conscripts. It's the easiest way I've found to do a lot of damage to a lot of people. It saw a lot of use in the Winter War by troops on both sides, and a bit less use in later wars due to the purges. Harry, Hermione said slowly. Where did you learn? Is that the only spells? Ron demanded loudly. What about defensive spells? Defense isn't so good, Harry replied. The wand movement for this spell is a short flick towards the target, and the incantation is... In the staff room, the professors were having their first meeting of the new year. It's been a few weeks since the start of the term, Dumbledore said with a smile. How are the new students doing? We have a good group this year, McGonagall spoke up. Good, Dumbledore enthused. What about the other students? I haven't had any problems, Minerva said with a smile. Severus? It's been a quiet year, Snape admitted with a frown. How have your classes been, Professor Hamilton? Dumbledore turned to his newest teacher. Outstanding, Hamilton replied quickly. The Potter boy's outstanding. It was like the material was written for him. Harry's always been good at defense, McGonagall added smugly. What about Miss Granger? She spends most of her time glancing at young Potter, Hamilton replied. Hormones, Snape snorted. I don't think so, Hamilton said before McGonagall had a chance to retort. She seems like she's worried about something. Mr. Potter. Harry, McGonagall amended, has been acting a bit odd since he returned from summer holiday. The room settled on an uncomfortable silence until McGonagall broke it with her next question. Who else do you have your eye on? Lavender Brown, Hamilton said with a grin. So far, she's the only one that has a chance at beating Potter to the top of the class. Lavender Brown? Minerva asked in shock. She won a duel with a cosmetic charm, Hamilton explained. And when I assigned papers on creative defense, her friends had the best ideas. One of them mentioned using a cleaning charm to blind opponents, and another speculated on the possible uses of cooking charms. What does that have to do with Miss Brown? Dumbledore asked with an expectant grin. I asked the girls where they got the ideas, Hamilton replied with a grin. They all told me that they couldn't have done it without help from their good friend Lavender. Really? McGonagall asked in surprise. Perhaps I misjudged the girl. She just needed the right motivation, Hamilton explained. She knows a lot of cosmetic charms, and you should have seen the way her face lit up when she heard about how Mr. Black used a tanning charm to kill a group of vampires. She realized that all the time she'd wasted on learning to be pretty could be used for something useful, Snape translated. It's good to see one of your students using their brain, Minerva. Why, thank you, Severus, McGonagall said smugly. If only she'd used that newly revealed brain in potions, Snape finished with a sigh. She could have been great if the hat had put her in the right house. Moving right along, Dumbledore interrupted quickly to forestall the argument he knew was building. Hermione woke early that morning and rushed down to the common room to catch Harry before he went to breakfast. Her friend had ducked out of the defense meeting before she'd had a chance to corner him to ask him about where he'd learned about Russian spells. "Hey, Hermione," Ron called out as he walked down the stairs. "What are you doing up so early?" "What are you doing up so early?" Hermione countered. "Going to meet Hannah," Ron replied with a grin. "What are you doing down here?" "Waiting for Harry," Hermione admitted. "Oh, well, he's not coming," Ron said. "What do you mean?" Hermione asked flatly. "He already went down to get breakfast," Ron explained. "He's been waking up earlier than everyone else this year. I think he's been researching new spells in the library." "Damn," Hermione growled. "Hermione?" Ron's eyes widened in shock. "What?" Hermione snapped and immediately regretted it. "I'm sorry about that, Ron." "That's okay," Ron said in concern. "Why don't you tell me what's got you worked up this morning?" "I wanted to ask Harry where he learned those Russian spells he taught us," Hermione admitted. "Wanted to know if he learned it from the same book you did?" Ron asked. "No," Hermione said. "I didn't learn it from a book." "You didn't learn it from a book?" Ron asked incredulously. "Then where did you learn about it?" "Mr. Black rescued me and Tonks from a group of Death Eaters this summer," Hermione said slowly. "Mr. Black had the professor rescue us." "What happened next?" Ron demanded. "Were you hurt?" "Why didn't you tell me?" "I didn't get hurt, and I didn't want to worry you," Hermione explained. "So what happened next then?" Ron asked, his heartbeat slowly returning to normal. "We watched from a distance as Mr. Black killed the Death Eaters," Hermione replied. "He used some sort of explosive device first, and then he hit them with a bunch of Russian spells." "Oh," Ron said in understanding. "He might have learned them at Percy's wedding." "Maybe," Hermione agreed. "But I want to hear what he has to say." "Just don't push him too hard," Ron ordered. "I won't," Hermione promised. "Great," Ron said happily. "Let's go meet up with Hannah and go get some breakfast." "Is that all you ever think about?" Hermione teased. "You're going to get fat if you keep eating like that." "You're just jealous of my girlish figure," Ron retorted as they walked out through the fat lady's portrait towards the Hufflepuff common room. "What'll Hannah think when she hears that?" Hermione asked in mock horror. "It must be hard on a girl to have to compete with her boyfriend like that." "She's a strong girl," Ron said with a shrug. "She'll get over it." Hermione cut off at the approach of one of the new first years. "Excuse me," a young first year interrupted. "Could you help me?" "What do you need?" Hermione asked with a friendly smile. "I lost my toad," the first year said slowly. "And I was wondering if you'd help me find it." "Of course I will," Hermione agreed. "Thank you," the first year said happily. "I didn't want to go to the Slytherin prefects because I was afraid that they'd make fun of me again." "Well, I won't make fun of you," Hermione assured the young student, her eyes flicking to look at the green and silver crest on the boys' robes. "I've got to go meet Hannah," Ron spoke up. "I'll talk to you later, Hermione." "Later, Ron," Hermione agreed. "This way," the first year said quietly. "He's down in the dungeons." "That's to be expected," Hermione assured the small child. "Toads like dark, damp places, and it's not far from your common room." Hermione followed the first year down several flights of stairs and through a maze of corridors. "I last saw him in this room," the first year explained as he pushed through a darkened doorway. Then we had better start looking here, Hermione agreed. Hermione's grin disappeared when she noticed that the room was not empty. Hello, Mudblood, Draco sneered. Fancy meeting you here. You said you'd give him back, the first year's voice quivered as he spoke. Here, Draco tossed a toad across the room. Now go wait with the others. It won't be good for you if you try to go somewhere else. I'm sorry, the first year whispered as he brushed past Hermione. That's okay, Hermione whispered back. It's time to prove once and for all that your kind doesn't have a place in my world, Draco sneered. I challenge you to a duel. You want to duel me? Hermione asked in amusement. I want to prove that a pureblood can beat a mudblood any day, Draco corrected. You're the best mudblood in the school, so you're the best one to use in my demonstration. What makes you think that I'll participate in this farce? Hermione asked with a grin. Because Potter thinks the Dark Lord has you, Draco said gleefully. If you don't get back to the Great Hall soon, then it'll be too late to stop him. What? Hermione's voice turned serious. I have no intention of letting you get out of this room, Draco continued. Sure you don't want a duel? Fine, Hermione spat. Let's do it. Draco took a second to adjust his grip and began waving his wand in a complex pattern. A grin adorned his lips in anticipation as he thought about what was about to happen to the dirty little mudblood. Hermione's frown deepened. She recognized the spell Draco was about to cast. She raised her wand and prepared to cast a quick charm to interrupt Draco's preparations and hopefully end the duel before it had a chance to begin. 50 the end. Ron was halfway to the Hufflepuff common room when he ran into his best friend. Hey, Harry, Ron greeted his friend. Morning, Ron, Harry replied. Going off to meet Hannah? Yeah, Ron agreed. I've been walking her to breakfast every day. Good for, is that a green owl coming towards us? Harry asked in shock. Must be something from Fred and George, Ron said with a laugh. They're always testing odd charms. The owl perched on a convenient suit of armor and extended its leg. Let's see what they want, Harry said with a grin. Be careful opening that mate, Ron advised. Harry's face hardened as he read the letter. Bastards. What's wrong, Harry? Ron asked nervously. It's a note from Voldemort, Harry replied absently. He says that he's taken Hermione. What? Ron paled. When was the last time you saw her? Harry asked calmly. About 10 minutes ago, Ron replied. She went off to help a Slytherin firstie find his toad. Could have slipped her a port key, Harry mused. What are we going to do, Harry? Ron asked. Get her back, Harry replied. Harry deactivated the glamour on his bracelet and reactivated his SB field. Ron's eyes widened as Harry's hair began to gray, and he got a brief image of a much harder-looking man before Harry's features twisted into an unrecognizable blur. Who are you? The redhead asked nervously. Me? I'm just a guy. The stranger donned a long black coat. In bad need of a vacation. Where's Harry's? Ron asked, afraid of the answer. He disappeared sometime this summer, the strange man replied. Maybe someday I'll go find him again, but not now. Now I'm going to go and a few people. Wait, Ron called as the strange man began to leave the room. Take me with you. They're my friends, and I want to help. The odd man paused and looked back. No, you don't. If you come with me, then you will die. Either your body or your soul, and I'm not going to be responsible for that. I've ended too many lives to want to add another to the list. At least tell me your name, Ron called out. The odd man turned away and walked through the portrait-guarded door. Mr. Black. Shatterbone, Hermione said quickly. A purple ball shot out the tip of Hermione's wand and destroyed Draco's wand hand. Accio wand. Hermione ignored Draco's wand as it flew by her head and approached her downed opponent. How could you win? Draco whined. I'm a pureblood. It shouldn't have been possible for you to win. I practice dueling with Harry every day, Hermione replied calmly. The tip of her wand was trained on Draco's face, and I've spent hours researching new spells. What have you done? My blood should have carried the day, Draco said as he cradled his ruined hand. You shouldn't have had a chance. Interesting theory, Hermione said. Hermione's face hardened as she remembered the reason she fought the duel. Where's Harry? Dead, Draco said smugly. Or he soon will be anyway. Just wait. When the Dark Lord assumes his rightful place as ruler of the world, you'll have a chance to join him in death. Ignace, the tip of Hermione's wand started to glow red. Do you know what this charm is? Hermione continued, ignoring Draco's lack of response. It was developed in 1642 to light pipes and fell out of use 3 years later when self-lighting pipes were made available. I found it in an obscure book about, well, I suppose that doesn't matter. Where is Harry? Shut up, Mudblood, Draco glared. I'm going to enjoy teaching you your place after the Dark Lord kills Potter. Really? Hermione jammed the tip of her wand into Draco's arm, causing him to let out a pained scream. One interesting thing about the Ignace charm is that it does not cause any damage to the wand that casts it. This is an improvement on some of the older charms of that type that would sometimes cause damage to the tip of the wand due to the intense heat produced. Are you ready to tell me where Harry is? Go to hell, Mudblood, Draco shouted. Draco screamed as Hermione marked his other arm. The next time I don't get an answer. Hermione's face was expressionless. I'm going to put this in your right eye. You can't do this, Draco shuddered. You'll go to Azkaban. If you were to read the dueling code, I think you'd find that I can do anything to you I want aside from the 3 unforgivable spells, and I have far too much imagination to have to rely on a simple Curcio. Hermione moved the tip of her wand over Draco's eye. Last chance to give me an answer. Wait, Draco started sobbing. Malfoy Manor. I told him that you'd be at Malfoy Manor. That wasn't so hard now, is it, Draco? Now let me explain something to you, Ferret. Hermione's eyes flashed dangerously. If Harry dies, you die. You and your entire family will be no more. Do you understand me? Why, yes, Draco gasped. I understand you. Good, Hermione growled. Hermione stunned Draco and walked out of the room. She was going to save Harry from himself again. As he reached the limit of the castle grounds, Harry paused in thought. Reaching into his pocket, he pulled out his father's map and spent a few moments examining it. Harry said to himself. I knew Hermione was too smart to fall for any of that ferret's tricks. As he took a deep breath and looked back at the castle, Harry made his choice. Guess it's too late to go back, Harry mused. I've gone too far and done too many things. It's time things came to a conclusion. Hermione rushed out of the room and into a group of junior Death Eaters. Going somewhere, Mudblood? One of them asked with a smirk. You don't want to do this, Hermione said flatly. Oh, but we do, another disagreed. Is there a problem here? A squeaky voice from the shadows asked. Who? Hermione glanced over. Dobby's? Dobby is here, the house elf confirmed. Everything is under control. Dobby, Hermione began. You have to. Get behind Dobby, Miss Hermy, Dobby commanded. Dobby has to take out the trash now. Take out the trash? Hermione asked incredulously. Yes, the elf giggled. Mr. Black says that it's important to make witty remarks before battle, unless it makes it not a surprise. I see. Hermione remembered the seriousness of the situation they were in. Go get help while It's Dobby's job to deal with them, the house elf replied firmly. But you can't. Hermione watched in shock as the small elf pulled out a badge. Dobby works for Mr. Black now. The elf smiled and activated the transformation. And Mr. Black doesn't like Death Eaters. What followed could be described as a battle by someone whose only experience with battles had been pushing around their younger schoolmates. Therefore, it was lucky that the opposing side was mostly made up of the members of Draco's gang, several of whom were shocked to learn that a dozen poorly trained junior Death Eater wannabes were no match for an enraged house elf. That takes care of that. Dobby nodded in satisfaction as he looked at the pile of his defeated foes. Be happy that Dobby was here and not Mr. Black. Dobby was Gentile. Mr. Black would not have been. Gentile? Hermione asked with a smirk. Dobby let them live. The house elf looked up with wide eyes. Mr. Black would not have been so generous. I thought house elves weren't allowed to harm humans? Except in defense of their master, the little house elf replied quickly. Dobby works for Mr. Black. Dobby is now in the service of a world. I see. Hermione twisted her mind around that odd bit of logic. I almost forgot. We have to stop Harry. He's walking into a trap. Dobby will get help. The house elf replied quickly. Dobby will get an army. Wait, Hermione called out as the house elf disappeared.
Damn.
Hermione ran up several flights of stairs before finally running into someone in the Great Hall.
Ron.
Hermione slid to a stop. Harry's walking into a trap. We've got to go help him. It wasn't Harry, Ron replied in a dead voice. He said Harry was missing. What are you talking about? Hermione demanded. Who said that? Mr. Black. Ron turned to reveal eyes filled with tears. He said that he didn't know where Harry is, and then he left.
What?
Hermione paled. We have to get the headmaster. I wanted to go with him, Ron continued dully. I wanted to go fight. To find Harry. Or avenge him. But he said no. Ron. Hermione blinked back her own tears. I've called the DA. We're going to get Harry. Are you coming with us? I'll go to hell if that's what it takes. Ron took a deep breath. If not even Mr. Black can find Harry, then that means the Death Eaters have him. Let's go get him back. A resounding cheer rose from the collected ranks of the defense study group that had arrived just in time to hear Ron's last statement. I need 4 volunteers, for that I can trust. Ron looked around the hall. Not you, Neville. I have something else in mind for you. Can you trust your sister? Ginny stepped forward with a grin. What about me, Ronald? Luna gave a dreamy smile. I'll do it, Hannah nodded. If you can't trust a Hufflepuff, then who can you trust? And I guess I make 4. Dean stepped forward. Can't let you girls have all the fun. I need you all to do this. Ron fixed each with a glare. You will not argue about this. It's the most important thing that anyone here will do, and I will not have any back talk. The 4 students gave their agreement and braced themselves for the worst. Ginny, Luna, Hannah. Ron looked at the 3 girls. You go to your heads of house, tell them about what's happening and where we're going. Dean, you go to Dumbledore. We don't have a chance without him and the order. Due to the seriousness of the situation, none of the 4 objected, though Ginny did frown at her big brother's deviousness. Where are we going? Neville asked, glad that Ron had told him to step back into the ranks. Hermione. Ron turned to his remaining friend with a worried look. You did think of that? Didn't you? Malfoy Manor. Hermione took a deep breath. Draco couldn't wait to tell me where to go. What did you do? Ron smirked. I can't imagine Malfoy doing anything to help us. All I had to do was ask him the right way, Hermione replied evenly. And after a bit of quibbling, he told me everything I wanted to know. Is he still alive? Ron's voice turned serious. For now. Hermione nodded. Let's go. Ron led the way. We'll see if we can't catch a flow from the 3 broomsticks. We might have some help coming from Mr. Black and his people. Hermione raised her voice to be heard above the crowd. So don't fire at anyone that doesn't have a mask unless they shoot first. Mr. Black. The students started to relax as their prospects for survival took a dramatic upturn. What's he doing there? I would guess that he is going out to kill Voldemort, Ron's voice held a hint of satisfaction. He made contact with me before he left. We don't have time for anything else, Hermione said. Let's go. The students marched out of Hogwarts and through the castle grounds. What's going on? A passerby called out to the group of students as they marched through the United Kingdom's only magical town. We're going to go fight Voldemort with Mr. Black, one of the students replied.
What?
The passerby asked incredulously. Join us or get out of the way, Ron commanded. We're going to go make the country safe for decent people. You can join us or step out of our way. I can't let you kids go off to die on your own. The man said fatalistically. Let's go. The small group picked up a few more members before they burst through the doors of the 3 broomsticks and walked to the fireplace. Ron took a handful of flip powder and tossed it into the flames. Malfoy Manor. Harry arrived at the Malfoy residence and walked through its few defenses like they didn't exist. Stepping over the bodies of the few Death Eaters that had gotten in his way, Harry made himself to the area that he felt a dark presence. Potter, the Dark Lord, stood up as Harry entered. So nice of you to come. Hello, Tom. Harry's eyes shone with that unholy fury. You're here for the Mudbloods? Voldemort smirked. I imagine that she's still back in Hogwarts wondering where you are, unless Draco decided to show a bit of initiative. I know, Harry smiled. Little gets no match for Hermione, and for your information, the name's not Potter, it's Black.
What?
The Dark Lord's eyes widened in fear. A.V. Gaseous fluorine. Harry called out, conjuring a cloud of fluorine gas around the Dark Lord's body. Goodbye, Tom. Voldemort gave a blood-curdling scream as his body was consumed. Harry watched impassively as the Dark Lord's body fell to the ground. And that takes care of that, Harry said in satisfaction. A.V. Voldemort's hand twitched as he attempted to cast the familiar curse. Not dead yet? Harry asked in surprise. Well, we can take care of that problem. Harry's foot crushed the remains of Voldemort's wand hand, and a quick spell summoned it to his hand. Damn you, the Dark Lord gurgled. Guess all those rituals to extend your life and make that body more durable weren't such a good idea after all? Harry asked with a grin. I'd bet the pain must be horrific. Now, Voldemort commanded. Harry felt a sharp sting in his calf as the Dark Lord's pet sunk her fangs in his leg. You think that's going to slow me down? Harry asked with a laugh. I think it's time to end this conversation of ours. Harry drew his sword and changed it to its scythe form with a thought. Goodbye, Tom. Voldemort didn't even have a chance to scream as the large scythe descended to remove his head. Harry felt a sharp jolt of energy as his blade destroyed the Dark Lord. Why won't you die? Nagini hissed. I can't, Harry replied as he turned to destroy the last piece of the Dark Lord. Goodbye. A couple quick spells removed the bodies, and Harry exited the castle to find himself in front of a large group of people. Hello, Mr. Black, Dobby called out. Is Moldywarts dead? Yes, Harry called back. A loud cheer shattered the night, and the men began clapping each other on the back. Away from it all stood Harry, just staring at the old house. Harry Potter, he looked down at his phoenix feather wand. Harry Potter would have never done the things that I've done. Harry Potter is dead. Harry frowned as he dropped his wand. Mr. Black has taken his place. Damn it. I need another vacation. Are you all right, my friend? The professor approached cautiously. Physically, but I am sick and tired of being Fate's plaything. Why can't I have a normal life? Why must I be the universe's spittoon? Not to complain, but I'm getting more than ready to have a bit of quiet. Harry shook off the feeling and turned to his friend. Your charm worked as good as you thought it would. Do you have any orders for the men? The professor didn't like to see his friend in such a melancholy mood. Kill any Death Eaters, free any prisoners, grab anything of value, and get out before anyone else arrives. Harry said, His eyes went to Voldemort's wand and still clutched in his left hand. "Screw it," Harry said. "I don't need another wand." Harry dropped the wand next its brother and turned back to his friend. "We'll be gone in less than a minute," the professor said. Harry's orders set off a frenzy of activity as the men carried out his will. After about 30 seconds, the professor approached with a man dressed as a Death Eater. "Yes?" Harry asked. "This is Phil." The professor introduced the man dressed as a Death Eater. He, along with almost every other Death Eater you allowed to live, is a deep cover agent for one of the various police and intelligence agencies. "And?" Harry prompted. "And if you'll take down the wards," Phil said. "We like to finish this place off with a little gas leak, if you don't mind." "Sure," Harry agreed. "Why not?" "Thank you," Phil said with a grin. "Pleasure to meet you, and an even greater pleasure to be allowed to work with you." "I'll make sure everything is set up," the professor said with a grin. "Ready to go, sir," one of the men called out to Harry. "Any time you're ready." "Then go," Harry smiled. "Thank you all for coming." "The pleasure was all ours, sir," another man called out. "Thanks for inviting us." Harry activated the invisibility enchantments on his robe and faded from sight. "I'll be around." "I can't see him." The man stared at the spot that had previously held Mr. Black in shock. "Mr. Black is very good at invisibility," the professor replied as he prepared to port up. "You don't understand." The man completed his own preparations. "I can usually see the invisible. I can't see Mr. Black, and I don't think he used any form of magical transportation." "He's Mr. Black," the professor explained and activated his port key. "He can do anything." The other man nodded and activated his own. Harry walked away from the house to a safe distance and waited for the old house to disappear. "Damn it," Ron repeated. "Malfoy Manor, I know that's the bloody address." "What's wrong?" Hermione asked with a frown. "Bloody flow won't connect," Ron replied tightly. "Try Budgie Smudgy," a red third year suggested. "That's my grandmother's house. It's not far from where the Malfoys live." "Budgie Smudgy," Ron called out. "It worked, let's go." Dumbledore arrived just in time to see the Malfoy home disappear into a horrific ball of fire. "No," Dumbledore whispered in shock. "No," Dumbledore screamed. "Harry's?" The old man cried out. "Harry, call out if you can hear me." Hearing no answer, Dumbledore began checking the corpses with a growing sense of dread. "Please be alive." "I'll save you, Harry. Just hold on a bit longer." "Professor?" Dumbledore froze at the sound of a voice behind him. "Yes?" asked as he turned to look at the mixed group of students and townsfolk. "Where's Harry?" the young student asked with a frown. "I don't know," Dumbledore said sympathetically. "But we're going to find him." Everyone start digging. Every second counts. The group set to work sifting through the rubble, and they were soon joined by the Order, then a group of Aurors led by Madame Bones, and finally by a group of civilians. One thing bound them together: the belief that they had to find Harry Potter before it was too late. "Hermione," Ron's voice cracked as he called to his friend. "I think you should come over here." "What is it?" Hermione asked crossly. "Just come over here," Ron repeated. "Very well," Hermione agreed. Ron's eyes refused to leave the ground as he waited for his friend to arrive. "Now what is it?" Hermione asked. "Is this what I think it is?" Ron pointed to something on the ground. "His wand," Hermione confirmed in a whisper. "Professor Dumbledore," Ron yelled. The boy felt a lump in his throat, and he was uncomfortably close to tears. "Come over here." "Did you find him?" Dumbledore asked as he ran towards the group. "No," Ron replied. "We found his wand." Dumbledore looked down to see two wands, both strangely untouched by the destruction around them. "He won," Dumbledore said tightly. "No matter what the future may hold, we will meet it secure in the knowledge that Harry Potter won his duel and made the world safe for us." It took them another hour to sift through the rubble, and it became clear that Harry Potter's body was not to be found beside those of his enemies. Through it all, Harry Potter watched. His heart ached, and he was racked with guilt as he saw the number of people and the effort expended first to save his life and finally to find his body. As he watched, Harry realized that he couldn't just disappear as had been his original intention. Jotting out a couple quick notes, Harry walked down to the group and dropped them in front of his friends. Unable to think of anything else to do, Harry decided to leave before his resolve disappeared. "Professor," Ron yelled. "I found an envelope." People crowded around to hear the words as Ron read. "To the Wizarding World. Do not expect me to solve every one of your problems. Tom Riddle was your responsibility, and you failed to live up to my expectations. He annoyed me, see that you don't. Mr. Black. Guys, I'm sorry, but I just can't come back to Hogwarts. There used to be a saying, how will you get them to go back to the farm after they've seen Paris? I can't go back to Hogwarts, I'm sorry. I'm not saying that I don't want to be your friends anymore. I couldn't give that up. I just need more time to clear my head. Maybe I can come back in a few years. I love you guys, but I'm not too fond of nearly every member of the magical community in the United Kingdom. We will see each other again, and I will try to keep in contact. Until we meet again. Harry." Later that night, Dumbledore was sitting in his office sipping a glass of 50-year-old single malt and contemplating the way events had resolved themselves. "I did a great disservice to that poor boy," Dumbledore said sadly. "And I never had a chance to make amends." Any further thought ended at the disturbance of a flocol. "Albus Dumbledore?" The head in the fireplace was expressionless. "Mr. Black wanted me to tell you something." "What's that?" There was no joy on the headmaster's face. "Is it about Harry?" "One could say that." The face agreed. "He wanted me to tell you this. Prophecy is for the weak-minded. In the future, don't expect a child to do your dirty work." And that's a wrap on Make-A-Wish by Rorschach's Blot. The ending is here, and all of Harry's choices have led to this moment of reckoning. What will become of him and the world he altered with a single wish? The answers are in the pages, and now you know the full extent of the magic and consequences at play. Before we end, let me share some fascinating magical facts that tie into this story's themes. In many ancient magical traditions, the concept of the law of three is important. Whatever you do, good or bad, will return to you threefold. It's a fitting idea for this story. Harry's wish may have seemed innocent at first, but it's the ripple effect that causes the most damage. Did you know that many cultures around the world believe that wishes are tied to the forces of nature? In Celtic traditions, wishes were often tied to specific moments of time, such as solstices or eclipses, when the veil between worlds was thought to be thin. Perhaps Harry's wish, cast at the wrong moment, is what set off this entire chain of events. Thank you so much for joining us throughout this journey. If you loved Make-A-Wish, be sure to leave a comment below and let us know your thoughts on the story. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and hit that notification bell so you can be the first to hear when our next adventure begins. We're so glad you're part of the Grimoire Audiobooks family, and we can't wait to bring you more magical tales. Until next time, stay curious, stay magical, and remember, every wish comes with a price.